interest in rent. Everybody, I think, is aware that everybody's aware that we still have an environment that we're working for the rent with the couple many other universities in rent. And the question keeps on coming up, well, why is AE interested in rent? Well, let me start with the way that talking to you about
Jordan University Network, Egypt University Network. Today, our Palestinian minister today, and the Palestinian minister country Arab Emirates as members, as solid members. Co-funded by UNICEF Connect project. We are partners in many as with the very active very much in the development. This is very much part of presence for astronaut. Communities in our region. And those are the countries where most of the cable landing are present. Again, with Egypt, we have been working so hard, and our colleagues here, Dr. Ahmad and Engineer Dina, they're our very good friends and very supportive, and hopefully we can kick off something next year with Eage. And there is also lots of international capacity, 1 to 2 gigabits per second capacity to Giant, 2.5 gig capacity from internet through Singapore. This is very possible. We're deploying platforms for Chandred, Science Gateway, EduRoam, which has been widely accessible now in many countries. We have, facilitated access to resources available elsewhere, Giant, Internet 2, Red Clara, Internet, EPAN, which are our counterparts, for GRED, for high performance computing, for cloud, for learning platforms, for scientific applications, for data resources, for content repositories, and so on. But this is what we see as a topology which will evolve as ASTRN, Research Education Network. So you can see there's up and running POP in London. We call it Age Op. There is also, so this is donated by ISOC and Cisco and co-located with Wakran, which is our counterpart in Africa region. Installed and operational at Telecity in London. It's enough capacity and is operated by ASTRN and Giant Association, which used to be downtown. So there's a 1 gigabits per second cross connect to Open Giant, linking to Giant, Internet 2, Red Clara, Internet, and others. There is up and running now Jordan STM1 link, 155 megabits per second. Now we have discussions with the Minister of Education, Higher Education in Palestine, and today our chairman has agreed to fund a connection to Palestine as well. So in the next few months, you will see also all Palestinian research education networks are connected to this line. So this is a POP that we will try to aggregate traffic between Palestine and Jordan and send it, push it all the way to Europe through London POP. So you see also Algeria has been connected for some time. Now there is a link which is now being settled as a 2.6 gigabits per second to operate hopefully in a few months. But this is what we could say. So you can see this is what I have here as one POP in London which connects to research education network in the region. But there is another one which is coming in Fujairah Gigapop. Hopefully that this will be operational. That connects Internet 2. It's about collaboration between Internet 2 and Kabut. And hopefully that will be installed and set operational at Etisalat in Fujairah. There is a 2.5 gigabits per second link to Singapore from this POP. Hopefully this will be operation. And the idea is to support US campuses and research collaboration in the region. But we have lots of challenges. So, ANDREN development takes long for countries to participate. There is an ability of some ANDRENs to raise resources for participation. There are limited progress and high cost of cross-border networks, but this is something that we're trying to work on. We have been discussing this yesterday in the UMED Connect AC2 partner meeting with all the Arab ANDRENs present yesterday. So there is a big cost issue of our region, especially in the cross-border, especially in the last mile connection. So we'll try to find out policies, regulation, perception about, among the policymakers to make this connection at a very affordable cost for our region. So, 1 meg internet in Europe, this is where we get, at Astron Pop, it costs about €1. And in average, the cost of internet in any of the Arab countries, it's more than €50, or maybe it goes to €200 sometimes. So there are lots of cost barriers to connectivity in the Arab region, and this is really very annoying because this will leave our young generation left behind in the digital terminology and digital concept. There is a lack of workable business model that we're trying to do in creating this sustainability in the current times, but this is also take us much of our time. But, at the end, we have lots of opportunities. So there are engaging potential ANDRENs like Algeria, Morocco, Tunis, Palestine, Egypt, Sudan, and Jordan. They're very active. They're trying to help in putting this together. Lebanon has recently been very active as well. We're working on raising awareness and requirements to raise resources, and you have seen our chairman today, he declared that we want to create an awareness campaign for what is it as a research education network and why do we need it. There are lots of policymakers who are involved in the process. You have seen today our Minister of Education, Higher Education in Palestine. You have seen also the Minister of Higher Education Scientific Research at Morocco. He's on board with us. You've seen today the League of Arab States was really a strong supporter to what we do. And, what we have done to support Astron is really great. And this is exactly when we started the process. It has been launched in the heart of the League of Arab States. Our colleagues here, David, Yusuf, and Oman, and all of our colleagues, they remember the day that we launched and declared this is an organization that we want to support to build the research education network for our children in the future. So infrastructures create economic operation. One of the declarations that our chairman also supports today, that we want to work on the economic, social development of our countries with the use of this research network. It's in an era of financial crisis, the Arab region grows 7 times in economic rate. This is really tremendous. Again, if we build on this for the knowledge economy, I think this will be maybe triple times or maybe 4 times. We see there is an overall commitment from the European Union. The ambassador was today and has been very supportive. Our colleagues here from Europe They are very active supporter. They're very active, that they see our, they see our neighbors as our very good friends, our brothers and sisters. So, we work together as really a unified team. So there's a great technical and financial support from the European Union and the countries. The League of Arab States, as I said, it has been playing is extremely political support for the ASEAN to grow and become really a strong supporter to our region. There has been lots of connections with connectivity providers, but we need more data engagement for cross-border connection, because this is what you see in the rest of the world. In Europe, it's not every country, in another country, every single country is connected to its neighbors. South Africa is also, Eastern and Southern Africa with the Continent Alliance, they're creating those cross-border connections. So we're trying to do something for our region. So there are Arab Android resources, as I said, Age Up, Age Ox, Age OLE, and so those are what we're trying to create as points of exchange. We're working on building capacity, MENOG, Irina, and SRS, thanks for Dale and his colleagues coming from the US, participating strongly with us in ASEAN. And so we're very thankful to what they do, to what they support us in terms of capacity building. Again, ICANN, IT Synergy, and many other companies who are really doing this great job for us. So we see the foreseen plans for ASEAN is to create this backbone of infrastructure, ASEAN routers and peering, connectivity ring, and landing points. This is something that we have been discussing over and over, but I hope that we can come up to a point where we create this connectivity ring similar to what Internet Alliance has been doing for the past years. And this is exactly the essence and the success of Africa Connect 1. That's why European Commission has been very supportive to creating this second phase of Africa Connect, but not only focused on the southern and eastern part of Africa, but for whole Africa. So this is a great, and thanks to all who have contributed to the success of this project. Support Arab countries in development of Androids and infrastructure services. This is what we do, identify and build research communities. There is a project my colleague now, Yusuf, is leading, is on really building those research communities. And there are lots of interest to bring those communities on board with us and ask them to make use of the resources available for our research education connectivity. There are lots of activities for federation, for science gateway, for create those joint research momentum. There is a continuing age of Eage efforts towards better integration of the efforts at the regional international level. So we could not announce this morning where the next Eage will be, but today we got the green light from all the different stakeholders that Eage 2016 will be in Lebanon. So thanks to our colleagues from AUB, Walid, and this will be complete integration of all kinds of resources with open source communities, our colleagues from Germany. So this will be really a big thing to do. So we're doing lots of things. So readiness assessment and ownership, this is something that we're doing with our partners. So we want to create this milestone with the Androns, creating this documents that show what is the status and how ready are the Androns in the Arab region. So this is ongoing. We're doing lots of efforts now with Tunis. Tunis has done a great job on this, with Morocco, with every single Arab country. So there are lots of research status tools, participation, applications of universities and so on that we are very happy to do. So today we could announce that there is an Africa Connect 2, with 26 million euros. There is a Lebanon international connection, Palestinian international connection, increasing deployment of EduRoam and EduGain. And now, today, my colleague here, Rainer Harpus, is here, but he luckily got just an announcement that they funding for ASEAN and the RSU cooperation to support open source development in Morocco. This is about 200K project. So in summary, there is increasing interest in building regional research education networks as a globalization of e-infrastructure became inevitable. So this is something we cannot avoid. There is a lack of physical connection and no regional network collaboration. There is a continuing EC funding of regional efforts for infrastructure and growing excellence of Arab research portfolio. So now, last but not least, is to show you why do we need to connect? Simply because I want to show you a video that we have done. Sorry. Anybody can help me with this video?
Expertise as well as sharing resources. It can link to advanced resources at foreign institutions. Sharing resources. It can
I'm sorry for this, but it might be something.
Join me in thanking Lebanon for hosting the next conference.
Sorry for the technology. This is something that can happen, but
foreign
we'll
knowledge.
see. But we'll try to post this video and show you this video. It's a great video that shows why
infrastructure linked to advanced resources at foreign institutions can help them support this collaboration and transition to more science and technology nurtured education environment. ASRIN offers many services. One of its many is ASRIN Science Gateway, which has been built in context of Magic and Chainways project. Science Gateway is an environment that allows seamless access to resources and brings together the set of tools, data, and advanced computer applications through the secured authorization process. The access to ASRIN Science Gateway requires federated credentials issued by Identity Provider (IDP). Another service provided by ASRIN is EduRoam, which is a simple, secure, and fast worldwide roaming access service, saving your time and efforts. Gain access to resources at participating campuses around the world without the need of an extra account, which makes communication easy. EduRoam member can access wireless network in over 450 institutions in over 25 countries. It is now available in 69 territories worldwide. Contact ASRIN and be a part of the community.
There's in fact an Arabic version of this, so we have two versions, the Arabic version and English version, but we will make this available as Eage's website and YouTube and everywhere. Thank you very much. Thank you, Salim.
Thank you, Salem. Though the people are hungry, but we will still have one speaker, our colleague Hassan Bouhaddouf from Marwan, the Moroccan Indian. Marwan, Hassan, please. People are hungry, so.
السلام عليكم. أولا أود أن أشكر السيد يوسف والسيد سالم على التنظيم الجيد لهذا المؤتمر، وأتمنى لهذا اللقاء النجاح والتوفيق، ومرحبا بكم في المغرب. I do a presentation about Marwan Network, the National Research and Educational Network, and its services. Like any NREN, the objectives of Marwan are to provide to Moroccan universities a network with high bandwidth to increase exchanges between Moroccan universities by setting up common projects, to develop the ICT in Morocco by allowing the universities to participate in various international networking projects. Here is the evolution of Marwan network. It was launched in 1998 with a pilot network in two Moroccan cities, Casablanca and Rabat. Between 2002 and 2003, there was extension to cover 16 Moroccan cities. The principal feature of that network, it had a dedicated backbone. For Marwan 2, lasted about 6 years, from 2004 to 2010. It had a backbone based on VPN and PLS with just two choice of bandwidth, 2 and 34 megabits per second. During 6 years, Marwan 2 was connected to Géant and with deployment of IPv6. Regarding Marwan 4, it is operational, Marwan 3, it is operational since July 2010. Also, it is based on VPN, on backbone, his backbone is based on VPN and PLS. It comes with more bandwidth and more choice. We can offer links between 2 and 100 megabits per second. There are also backups links. Marwan 3 was connected to Géant for 1 year, and it is connected to the internet by 1 gigabit per second. This is the topology of Marwan 3. It is based on backbone VPN and PLS managed by Meditel Telecom. Each university can be connected via 2 megabits per second to 100 megabits per second. It is connected to the internet, as I said, by 1 gigabit per second. Marwan is part of this university. It is funded by the Ministry of Higher Education and Scientific Research. All education and research institutions can be connected to Marwan. The technical management of the backbone is provided by telecom operator. This table shows the number of universities and institutions connected to Marwan. Almost all Moroccan universities are connected. We connect about 90 university institutions. There are also some institutions of higher education not belonging to the university. We connect also the two ministries in charge of education and one university hospital. Here we have the number of connections per bandwidth. For example, we have seven connections by 100 megabits per second, 10 connected by 34 megabits per second, and so on. The total bandwidth from institutions to Marwan 3 is about 12, 16 megabits per second. The bandwidth from Marwan toward outside is 1 gigabit per second. If we calculate the ratio outside bandwidth and inside bandwidth, we find 0.84, which is, in my opinion, a good value. In order to have bandwidth saving, we have implemented Google Global Cache. This let us to save about 250, especially in the peak hours. We have an account to monitor the traffic of our Google Global Cache. In Marwan team, we monitor all links. For example, in this slide, we have the measurement of daily, weekly, monthly, and yearly of the Marwan internet link. We see that there is no saturation. This is due advantage of Google Global Cache. We monitor also the status of all links. This is the status of the internet link, 1 gigabit per second. This allows us to know the period in which the service is down. Also, we monitor all links, all universities' links. For example, for University Qadi Ayyad in Marrakesh, which is connected with 100 megabits per second, we show that 100 megabits per second is insufficient for this university. Among services offered by Marwan, we have Eage room, educational roaming, to ensure access in the internet via secured Wi-Fi to institutions connected to Marwan, to protecting the authentication data and user traffic, to allow people of institutions connected to Marwan when moving to use the network infrastructure of visited institutions. Eage.ma is a member of the International Eage Room. This map, managed by Géant Association, shows the countries where Eage Room is implemented. We see that Morocco implements Eage Room. One of the most important service offered by NRENS is the Identity Federation. We have installed the Moroccan Identity Federation for Education and Research, EDUITM, to establish an organizational framework and confidence for sharing web resources between universities. It connects web resource provider with identity provider. In some way, the definition of identity federation. To encourage the development of content in universities, to develop simplified, controlled, and secure exchange of personal data and content between universities. It uses a single identity to benefit from all services offered by IGDM. We have installed an IDP in CNST, and now we are working with some universities to install their IDPs. Magrid National Grid Computing is a service offered by Marwan. It is operational since 2005. It offers computing power and storage to Moroccan scientific community. Here, the architecture of the cluster installed in CNST, about 162 CPUs and 34 terabytes. Over 112 trained users from several domains like chemistry, informatics, mathematics, biomedicine, and meteorology. Maghrib use Marwan for its link to humid grid. In the perspectives, we have to increase Marwan internet link, to increase the bandwidth of the universities, apply quality of service, to implement IPv6, implement multicast, to set up some new EDROM sites. We have installed EDROM in some universities, but we have to install in the other universities. To set up new IDPs and SPs in universities, and to join the International Confederation EduGain to benefit from their resource. And thank you.
I'm sorry that my session took more time than was planned because I could not stop any of the distinguished speakers. Tell him stop because everything was very interesting. So very quickly, if you like, we can have 3 questions, but please make them short. Any question? Short question or long one? Okay. Short question is okay. That's the man. And for whom you will be asking?
ولكن السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. أشكر الأصدقاء والمتدخلين على كلمتهم طيبة حول الجودة في التعليم العالي ثم التقنيات إلى غير ذلك. السؤال هو هل هناك برنامج مكثف للشباب الكبير أو الهائل، يعني العدد الكبير الموجود في البلدان العربية، من أجل تكوين جيد فيما يخص العولمة بصفة عامة، ثم هل هناك تفكير في تهيئ جامعة يعني تتكلف بهذه المهمة؟ شكرا. هذه أذكركم فقط محمد قصار رئيس الجمعية الصحراوية للتضامن والتوعية لمشروع الحكم الذاتي والتنمية المستدامة بالمغرب.
Short answer, Salim. Short answer, please. Short answer. Just short answer, please, Salim. It's a long question, actually. It's not short question. Short question, but long answer.
This is a very strategic question. Can I answer in English so that others can understand, or do you want me to answer in Arabic? بالعربي أجاوب؟ يعني هو هذا سؤال يعني بده قيادة سياسية مشان تقدر تجاوب عليه. احنا بجوز بالمنظمة العربية شبكات البحث والتعليم يعني قدرتنا تصل إلى أنه نستطيع أن ننشئ أو نقدم البنية التحتية اللي من خلالها تستطيع أن تقوم بكثير من مبادرات الشباب، لكن أدرك تماما بأنه مجموعة طلال أبو غزالة الوقت الحاضر عندها مبادرات كثيرة جدا في هذا المجال، منها ما له علاقة بكيف تستطيع أن تنتج الثورة من خلال الإبداع ومن خلال المعرفة. عندها أيضا مبادرات لها علاقة بالشباب على مستوى المنطقة العربية. يعني هذا موضوع غير مش بسيط، يعني بده قرارات تستطيع أن توجه كيف يمكن أن تضع الأهداف اللي الإنسان العربي الشاب العربي يستطيع أن يجد فرصة، لكن نحن نوفر البنية التحتية التي من خلالها يمكن أن تصل إلى العديد من المصادر. لكن كيف تستطيع أن تجمع مثل هذا التكوين الشبابي في المنطقة العربية وتستطيع أن تنشئه بطريقة جيدة، هذا كان أحد أهداف المشاريع اللي قمنا فيها في الأردن وفي لبنان. كيف ممكن تعزز طاقات العمل في مجال البرمجيات المفتوحة الأوبن سورس تكنولوجيز، وانتقل هذا المشروع الآن يعني الحمد لله إلى المغرب، وراح يكون في عديد من الزيارات للعديد من الشباب المغربي لجامعات في ألمانيا بإطار المنظمة العربية لشبكات البحث والتعليم، بحيث يستطيع أن يبني القدرات التقنية اللي من خلالها دون الحاجة إلى الكثير من الاستثمار أن يقوم بتأسيس تكنولوجيا يستطيع من خلالها أن ينمي الثروة. معذرة
شكراً
عن الجواب بده أكثر من هيك بكثير.
The answer in short is that we are facilitator rather than doing the kind of political decisions. So very short. Another question, short question, please. Make it short. So that's good. Thank you, and join me in thanking our panelists. Excuse me, before we go to lunch, I have, first of all, please take all your stuff with you because we will change the layout of the room. So please, this is one. Second thing, the lunch will be served at the third floor. Again, if anybody doesn't have a badge, then he has to take a ticket from my colleague. Do you have a ticket for him? So for those who do not have the badge, then please take a ticket for lunch. And please be back at 2. So we need to start at 2, please. Thank you. Please, the speakers of the session after lunch, so please be back before the starting of the lunch, of the session.
يوسف
أخذوا في لا لا.
Yes, sir.
نصغرها شوية. شنو المشكلة الصوت؟
المفروض في أصوات من الصوت هنا. هو المفروض إنه الصوت بيطلع أوتوماتيك بس مش طالع عليه، يمكن هم مطفين شيء من المكسر. خلاص أنا بشوف خليها أنت الصورة وأنا بشوف جماعة المكسر بخليهم يقاطعوا بس خليه يعمل له ريبيت.
Good afternoon. Now we are back and we resume our program. We will start with, it's written as a keynote. It's more than a keynote, actually. I think it's like a message from a distinguished scientist who has been doing research in Jordan and in the Arab countries. And he was one of the distinguished researchers across the world, and he is now officially nominated to be one of the Nobel Prize winners. Hopefully he will get it. So I will leave you with him as to tell you the story rather than, as I told you, it's a message more than a keynote. Please, Dr. Shahar.
Thank you. First, allow me to speak 2 or 3 minutes to young Arab scientists. في البداية أشكر الأخ يوسف على إتاحة الفرصة لي لعرض تجربتي البحثية أمامكم. هذه التجربة أو هذه القصة بتهم كل العلماء العرب الشبان أو العلماء الجدد، العلماء الذين تعلموا في أرقى الجامعات الأوروبية والأمريكية، حيث كان كل الإمكانات العلمية كل الإمكانات البحثية تحت تصرفهم، انتقلوا إلى أوطانهم حيث واجهوا قلة الإمكانات، واجهوا الإحباط، واجهوا اليأس، فتحولوا من مشاريع علمية من باحثين إلى باحثين محبطين في أوطانهم. لذلك لو عملنا دراسة عن العلماء العرب اللي تخرجوا من معظم الجامعات الأمريكية والأوروبية في الدول العربية، سنجد أن 90% منهم أنتج القليل بحيث يترقى ويستفيد ماديا، ولكنه ليس باحث أو عالم بالمعنى الحقيقي. بيئة الإحباط، بيئة خلينا نقول frustration والديسابوينتمنت والدبريشن موجودة في كل العالم العربي. لذلك نجد الفارق الكبير بين جامعاتنا العربية والجامعات الغربية. نجد في التصنيفات العالمية أن الجامعات العربية في ذيل التصنيفات العالمية. العلماء العرب نجدهم بعيدين عن الجوائز العالمية، كله بسبب الشعور اللي بواجهوه في أوطانهم من إحباط، من يأس، فيتحول من باحث حقيقي إلى باحث عادي. Well, first of all, I want to thank you. I want to shed a light on the story of an Arab scientist. This scientist is me. I want to tell my story as a young scientist, graduated from United Kingdom in 1991 and went back to Jordan to start my career there. But before that, why I should tell my story? Recently, the Center for World-Class Universities at Shanghai Jiaotong and the highly cited researcher team at Thomson Reuters announced that Shahar Momani has been selected to the list of highly cited researchers in 2014 and 2015. This list recognizes some of the most influential scientific minds throughout the world. Actually, less than 1% of active scientists goes to this list. So it is very high prestigious list. And according to Thomson Reuters, I was classified as one of the top 10 scientists in the world in fractional calculus. Actually, from 2009 until 2013, I was classified by researcher number 1 in the world in fractional calculus. In this talk, we present the story of an Arab scientist who conducted his research in the Arab universities during the past 20 years. Also, we discuss the difficulties and obstacles that faces Arab scientists and how to overcome these obstacles and produce high quality research. But before that, let me tell you something about the highly cited researchers in the Arab world. This is the the number of highly cited researchers in 2014. It evaluates the scientists over 10 years, from 2002 and to 2012. It depends on the number of highly cited papers. Let me give you the numbers in some Arab countries and compare them with neighboring countries. I will not compare Arab countries with the Western countries because there is no comparison at all. But I will compare the Arab countries with Turkey, Iran, Malaysia, Greece. For example, Turkey has 10 scientists, Iran 12, Malaysia 3, Greece 3, Egypt none, Iraq none, Jordan only 1. Saudi Arabia, there are many scientists in Saudi Arabia, but they are originally not Saudis. They are come from Europe, America. So we need scientists from inside the Arab world. Israel 10, Pakistan only 1 scientist. So this list shows that we this one? I was here, yes.
So, please down, please.
Yes. So there are around 3,000 highly searchers in the world, and in the Arab world, we only have 2. One from Jordan, that's me, and one from Algeria, and he's working in Saudi Arabia. So the results are really, really disappointing. So let me start talking about my research story. This is my personal data. I am from Jordan, born in 1962, married. I got my BSc from Yarmouk University in 1984, and I got my PhD in applied mathematics from the University of Wales in United Kingdom. My PhD was in applied mathematics. It is about some problems in non-Newtonian fluid mechanics. Fluid mechanics, non-Newtonian fluid mechanics, it has 2 parts, theoretical part and experimental part. I used to do the theoretical part, then go to the laboratory and do the experimental part. I finished my PhD in 1991, and then I went back to Jordan. I started my career at Mu'ta University in Jordan. Mu'ta is a small town in the desert in the south of Jordan. There, I started 1991 until 2009. But during that, I went to Yarmouk University for 1 year, from 2000 until 2001. Then I went to United Arab Emirates University 3 years, from 2001 to 2004. I put it in a red color because there it has a great impact on my research experience. Then I went to Qatar University, back to Mu'ta, and from 2009, I moved to the University of Jordan in the capital of Jordan in Amman. So I went to 5 universities in 3 different Arab countries. There I met different faculty members. I conducted research with members from Mu'ta, from Yarmouk, from United Arab University, from Qatar, and from the United. So it enriched my research experience. So I finished my PhD in 1991. In 1991, when I left to Jordan, I went to Mu'ta University. First, I tried to build a laboratory for non-Newtonian fluid mechanics. I stayed 2 years trying to build this laboratory, but I failed. No money, no financial, let's say, to cover the building of my laboratory. I need hundreds of thousands of Jordan dinars, and we do not have this amount of money. So I left it. And I turned to the theoretical part. You see, non-Newtonian fluid mechanics, it is applied mathematics. We have very complicated equations. In order to solve these, I need high-speed computers. But there, I remember in 1991 or 93 to 90, we have Pentium 486. very old computer, I couldn't use it. I couldn't apply it. So I couldn't do the experimental part. When I moved to the theoretical part, I couldn't do it too. So I felt frustration. I felt disappointment. I couldn't do any research. In 1994, I tried to connect Mu'ta University with the international network. So I wrote many letters to the president of my university, and he phone called me and asked me, what is this international network? I thought of the following answer. I said, while you are sitting at your office, you can read from the American Congress Library. He said, it is impossible. I cannot believe you. I said, this is the truth. Later on, 1996, we connected Jordan. So I failed to connect Mu'ta University with the international network. Then, in 1995, I met an Iraqi scientist in Jordan, and he introduced to me a new calculus called fractional calculus. This is very important calculus for the applied disciplines, for physicists, for engineers, for medicine, for chemistry, for all applied disciplines. From there, I started to work some problems in fractional calculus. So from 1991 until 1998, I tried to do the research. But in the 15th of March, I had, in my small apartment, I have a fire accident and everything, I lost everything. Because we have a heavy load, 18 credit hours, 6 sections to teach students, so I put anything related to research in my apartment and anything related to teaching in my office. So when I have this fire accident, I lost everything. So I didn't, in this 7 years, I didn't did any research. My goal is to do research for promotions. I only need to do 5 papers in order to promote to associate professor. That's all. That's my goal in that time. Well, in 1998, I started a second stage. I did a research for promotions. I remember in the 1st of May, it was a holiday in Jordan. This is 1998. It was a holiday, and we have the weekend, 2 days is we have 3 days as a holiday, the 1st of May and let's say Saturday and Friday. I said, okay, from now on, I will start do research. And my goal was to promote to associate professor, not anything else, not to do high quality research, just to publish in 2nd or 3rd class journals and to promote that. And in the November 29th, I really promoted to associate professor. But I like doing research. I started in the 1st of May doing some research, but later on I like doing research. Then 2001, I moved to United Arab University. From there, I know about the electronic library. I know about the e-publishing. I know about the online submission. I know all about the new techniques for scientific research. And in 2000, I won the Tawaz Prize for Young Arab Scientists. That was my first prize. For me, it was a great impact because all my goal was to do research for promotion, not for winning any award. So this is the second stage. I did research for promotions. 95 of the Arab scientists in the Arab universities are doing research for promotions only. They are not doing high quality research for the sake of research, only research for promotions. Well, I started in 2004, the second stage. 2004, I want to publish in high class journals, ISI journals with high impact factors. I started 2004. The problem I faced, I work in fractional calculus. It's a new science, And the second problem is that I'm a scientist from Jordan, so when I sent my papers to first-class journals, they rejected my papers. But later on, I succeed to publish some papers. These some papers get highly cited papers because most of the scientists, they used my methods and my papers. In 2006, I promoted professor. And in 2005, I established the first research group in fractional calculus in the Arab world. I will tell later on about this research group. Then I won in this from 2004 and 2009. I won several prizes inside Jordan and international prizes. And I won the Cisco Prize in 2008, the Scopus Prize, and many local prizes. In 2009, I was classified by Thomson Reuters as researcher #1 in the world in fractional calculus. Well, let me tell you about my research group. This research group started in 2005, and they are researchers from more than 15 countries. And this research group became one of the strongest research group in the fractional calculus. And 5 researchers from my research group become highly cited researchers this year and 2014. 2 from Pakistan, 2 from Jordan this year, and 1 from Malaysia. So I started this group, and now it's a well-known research group. In 1991 until 2001, I used to use the classical publishing. What is classical publishing? Classical publishing, if I need to choose a problem, I have to review the literature for this problem. Then I go to library, I try to search some hard copy journals. I stayed 3 months to review the one problem. So it was very tedious. It needs tedious work to do that. Then if I need to solve this problem, we are talking about mathematics, I'm mathematicians, then I need highly speeded computers, and it's not available in that time. Then if I need to submit a paper and send it by ordinary mail, then it takes 3 months to deliver it. Then after 6 months, I will get a message that my paper is under review. So it is, then I publish it in hard copy journals, which will be available for a small amount of, let's say, scientists. In 2001, I moved to e-publishing, electronic publishing. Now, if I am using the electronic library, instead of spending 3 months for reviewing only one problem, now I spend only 3 hours. I can know everything about the problems using the electronic library in 3 hours. Solving the problem, now we have high-speed computers everywhere, and we have new packages for writing, and then we use online submission. If you are using classical submissions, then we need 6 months to know that our paper is under review. But now using online submissions, I only need 5 seconds. That's all to know that my paper is review. Later on, when I publish my paper, it will be available, so many people, they can use it. So the number of citations will be great. Let me tell you now some of the important databases that any scientist should know about these. Thomson Reuters, ISI Web of Knowledge, OSI Web of Science, that evaluate the journals and give the impact factor. Scopus database, evaluate the scientist and give the H index. ResearchGate. The ResearchGate is the same as Facebook, but it's designed for scientists. So I advise anybody to have account in these databases. Google Scholar gives the H index and G index. Academia.edu social networks like Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. Science Direct. Science Direct is a database, and it covers about 25% of the literature. It is really important database for people working in the scientific disciplines like engineers, like mathematics, chemistry, biology. So it is really important. And we have open research and computer. This is what we call it the identity number. Any scientist should have identity number. If you have this identity number, then it gives you anything about your research, your work, and everything about you. So I encourage all the scientists, young scientists, to have account in these databases. So now, let me show you some of the honors that I got. I become ISI highly cited researcher for 2 years, 2004 and 2015, 14 and 15, sorry. Then I I joined the world's most influential scientific minds in 2014. Publishing, my goal, as I told, was to publish 5 papers in order to promote it to associated professor. But when I engage in scientific research, and I feel the joyful of scientific research, the pleasure of scientific research, I published more than 250 scientific papers in ISI journals. The H index is 49, citation 7,400. This is the highest in Jordan, at least in Jordan. In Scopus database, the H index is 38, number of citations is 4,700, and this is the highest in Jordan. Maybe the highest in the Arab world, I don't know, but this is the highest in Jordan. And I classified as the top scientist in fractional calculus. Actually, now I am number 3. But from 2009 to 2012 or 13, I was number 1 in the world. Later on, this 6 months ago, many Arab scientists tried to push or to break the barrier between, the physical barrier between Arab scientists and Nobel Prize. Until now, no Arab scientist, I'm not talking about Nobel Prize in peace. I'm talking about the scientific prize in chemistry, in physics, in medicine, in economy. No Arab scientist won this prize from the inside the Arab world, but we have only Najib Mahfouz, he won it in literature only. But other Arab scientists like Ahmed Zweig, he won it from United States. He stayed 20 years. He moved to United States in 1967, and he won it in 1998. So none of the Arab scientists won this prize. So they said, we want to break this barrier. We want to nominate some scientists. By the way, it's not allowed for me to nominate myself. So the other people should nominate me. So many Arab scientists tried to nominate me for this prize. And I received hundreds of messages from Arab scientists in France, in United States of America, and Europe, nominating me and encouraging my nomination for this prize. As I said, the goal is to break the physiological barrier between Arab scientists and Nobel Prize. Maybe I win it, maybe not, but the most important thing is to break this barrier between us as Arab scientists and this Nobel Prize. And the encouragement from all the Arab world, and one of them, as I said, from even Nobel laureates, from, for example, Malala, she's a Pakistani, she won the Nobel Prize in Peace, she stood with me and other scientists. Now, why I am mathematician? Why the nomination in physics, in theoretical physics, and not in mathematics? You see, there is no Nobel Prize in mathematics. Why? Because Nobel, there is a story, I don't want to tell it because it's a long story, but he didn't like to put a Nobel Prize in mathematics. I am applied mathematics, so I am working in theoretical physics. theoretical physics is a part of applied mathematics. So they nominated me in theoretical physics. By the way, as mathematicians, more than 20 mathematicians won the Nobel Prize in physics. John Nash died 2 or 3 months ago. He's a mathematician, but he won the Nobel Prize in economics. So we won the Nobel Prize in physics, in economics, because our contribution goes to all these disciplines. And I got the encouragement of His Majesty King Abdullah II and Queen Rania Al Abdullah for this, and they supported me to win this prize. Whether I win it or not, what I'm going to do and we want to break this physical barrier between us and this Nobel Prize, and we hope maybe me or anyone will win it from inside the Arab world. Well, thank you very much.
Professor Shahar, congratulations. I'm looking forward that we hear about you as one of the Nobel laureates. So I'd like to thank you, Dr. Shahar. Thank you. Now I leave the floor to Dr. Ahmed Hassan. He's the chair of this session. He's the Egyptian University's Network Manager. Please, Ahmed, and your team.
Good afternoon. I hope you are all fine after the lunch. And we are encouraging Professor Shaher, and I would like to welcome the speakers in this session, Onion Priniat, Maria Jose Lopez, John Chapman, Sang Yong Kim, and Yusuf Wadi or Wadi. He is not here? Okay. The first presentation will be done by Onion Priniat. Its title is Advanced Services for International Cooperation. He will present the case of the Virtual Research and Education Network for Interdisciplinary Sciences in South and Eastern Europe with the Middle East or Eastern Mediterranean. He will present the MAGIC project and VC. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Ahmed. Thank you for pronouncing my name correctly. It never happens to me. It's a special day. It's nice to be here. Thank you very much, Astrid, for an invitation, and your hospitality is always very warm. So I come from the Greek Research and Technology Network, which is the Greek National Research and Education Network. Before the slides load, I have a very nice little success story for NRNs just to share with you. Nothing to do with this presentation per se, but as you know, we have huge amounts of poor Syrian refugees going through the country in the past years and intensifying very much during the summer. So there is a large refugee camp in Athens, and for these people it's very important to have communication with their friends and family either back home or at their final destination. So what we did as independently of GRNet itself, but us employed in GRNet, we have provided them with wireless access in the camp, in the biggest camp, internet wireless access to our GRNet backbone. So this is one nice success story on the side for the. But coming back to to the actual speech that I have, and this links to the previous speech, which was very impressive about the troubles of a top-level scientist in a country where maybe there is not enough resources. And actually, you have mentioned that you didn't have access to computing power that you needed to do your calculations. So this is a very good example, this particular presentation I'm going to make, about how you can actually share across the borders these kind of resources and leverage free resources in some other bordering countries and share it and thus be able to conduct cross-border research. Yeah? So my presentation deals with two projects. One is VSeam and another one is Magic. So VSeam I personally coordinate, and in Magic, in my role of being in GRNet. And the Magic project, we are a partner, so Maria Jose will talk a bit more about the Magic project. I will focus on VSeam and some specific things of the Magic project from technical aspects. So this VSeam project is a VRE for regional interdisciplinary communities in Southeast Europe and Eastern Mediterranean. So it just started a month ago. It will last for 3 years. And actually, Maria Jose will talk about the next Magic details in a while. So this is the administrative snapshot of this VSeam project, and the context is that for the last 10 years, I was coordinating projects in Southeast Europe. So this is on the map, you can see this part of the Balkan Peninsula in Europe. So this is about 14 countries in the region. And we have set up the regional NRNs, well, the national NRNs. We helped set up national NRNs, and we helped link together the regional NRNs with the GEANT, very much like OMED Connect, let's say. Then we set up the grid computing platforms, high-performance computing platforms over a series of projects. And in parallel, there was a project called Link Scheme, which was running by our colleagues in Cyprus, which was providing high-performance computing for Eastern Mediterranean. So now we merged these two kind of geographical initiatives to come together to provide the virtual research environment for different disciplines in these regions, and to share the computing, mainly computing, but also the data storage and data services resources across the region. So from the Austrian, let's say, geographical coverage, we will have partners from Jordan, Sesame, and the European Commission this morning, the representative was saying how important strategically Sesame is for Europe as well. So we have Sesame in the partnership, and also Biblioteca Alexandrina from Egypt. So just, I was telling you the last 10 years we're building up these infrastructures. So to put things into context, this is just a snapshot of grid computing clusters, which were a subset of European grid infrastructure, which Yannick was talking in his opening speech this morning. So we have a number of grid clusters available in the region, which you can see here. Then we have a number of supercomputers in the region. Actually, now we have 3 top 500 supercomputers. It's a heterogeneous infrastructure and so on, with common operations. And the important point in this last 10 years of cooperation, specifically regarding high-performance computing, is the cross-border usage. So the blue line shows the usage from the country, and the red line, the red part of the bar, shows the usage from abroad. So just having a look, and each bar is a supercomputer, yeah, or high-performance computing. So you can see how much we have opened up, and people have opened up their installations across the borders to have people from other, scientists from other countries using their infrastructures. So we brought together all these infrastructures in Southeast Europe and in the Eastern Mediterranean to build up this VSeam project, which just started now. So we're linking together grid computing, cloud computing, and cloud storage, high-performance computing resources. They're all linked over GEANT network, and we provide these packages as services. Well, we plan to provide these packages as services to different 3 specific user communities, which are climate and meteorology together, life sciences, focusing on personal medicine, and cultural heritage, because the whole region is quite rich in cultural heritage. So we bring together quite a lot of different technologies and value-added services on top of the network to our communities. I will not go into detailed objectives. I mean, this is about the provision of these resources as services and managing scientists' data over this distributed infrastructure. And we want to have a user-centric approach, which means that the user would come in and see the virtual research environment as one, let's say, snapshot, where they can see what the data sets are available to them to use. So this is as a part of the open science, let's say, framework. So what are the data sets that they're able to use, where they can process these data sets and do their research on the computing facilities, where they can store their results of their research, and what particular codes or models they can access to do their research. So some kind of virtual environment where people can come and actually do their research in a collaborative way, sharing their data and so eventually the publications. So this is just some numbers of key performance indicators. We have a lot of infrastructure that are mainly built by national funds that we have actually federated. So there's a lot of grid computing processors and a couple of big cloud data centers and big high-performance computers, top 3 from top 500 supercomputers list in the world. And we want to provide more than 10 specific services, 30 data sets, and 25 different codes to the scientists, and have around 40 applications of running from these disciplines on our infrastructure. So this is just some numbers to give you an idea of size. So we have different types of applications. So in climate, from regional to global climate modeling and weather forecasting and air pollution and so on. Then in life sciences, again, this is mainly focused on personal medicine. And cultural heritage, which includes digital libraries and interactive visualization tools for artifacts and semantic references, image classification, and so on and so forth. So it's truly a broad range of different scientific and research fields. This is just a snapshot again about the data sets that we'll be providing through our infrastructure. This is climate and in life sciences and in cultural heritage. I will not get into detail about that. Regarding the data management, so we will be providing the data sets for people to access them, manage the full life cycle of the data. So you can access the data, you can process the data, and then you can store the results, and you can store the publications and so on. Of course, the specific digital identifiers for all the data sets, so they can be actually identified and found and published accordingly. And the interesting thing here is that we want to use this service-oriented approach. And all the services will be included in a particular service portfolio or catalog. And this will be based on the Giant Cloud Catalog, which is a place where it's a piece of code that we have developed in GNet, which allows the cloud providers to advertise their cloud services and what are the specific criteria that their cloud can be used. And also in the MAGIC project, which is the second project that I'm talking about, we will also be advertising the cloud deployments around the world, which are available for research and education. So if there is a cloud deployment that you would like to advertise and share, so if you have a data center, I heard that in Oman you are developing a data center, and that in Jordan and in Oman also, in Oman and in Beirut, there will be with a specific project, there will be some cloud deployment there as well. So if you want to join the global cloud research and education sharing community, we will plan to do this in the next couple of months to deploy a cloud catalog where you can actually advertise what are the conditions that you allow other people to access your data center, whether you would like to access another data center, and so on and so forth. So we will base this on the Giant Cloud Catalog, and you can Google that to see how it looks like. So just showing, so you can list your cloud deployment here, specific cloud service. So one of the services that we are listing is the Okeanos service, which is, for example, running in GRNet, in Greek NRN. So we have our own data center with their own software. So again, people from Oman and Jordan and Lebanon, if you're deploying a data center and you might be interested in open source software to support the virtualization, we can offer some support there. So cloud operators list their cloud services in the cloud catalog, and then the users can come and see, is it a paying service, is it and some kind of exchange service, and so on and so forth. So you can see what installations and how you can use. So you can sign in with your federated identity credential into this service, and then see specifics of that. So as I said, we are planning to make available a global cloud catalog, and we are soliciting inputs from the region, from ASEAN region as well. If there is a research and education cloud deployment, that we can advertise it globally with this cloud catalog that we're going to develop in MAGIC. And about the actual MAGIC project, Maria José is going to talk about this in a second. So just to conclude, there is a lot of topics that I mentioned here, but what I was trying to build as a case is that national and regional NRNs can go beyond simple connectivity providing advanced services, and I was focusing mainly on the computing services such as grid and cloud and high performance computing and some data management services too. So on the national level, an NRN can be providing that, but then the NRNs can come together at the regional level, very much as ASREN, and again providing added value services. So in the case of my region, what we're providing is this kind of virtual research environment and sharing of their resources for 3 particular communities in climatology, life sciences, and cultural heritage. Now, we will provide the access to this environment to the scientists in the region through open calls. Yeah? So there will be 3 different open calls to use this environment for these 3 particular scientific fields. As I said, the ASREN countries, Jordan and Lebanon are part of our partnership, but we will open up this infrastructure to the wider user base. So if you are a scientist from these 3 fields, please get in touch with me and I will inform you about the availability of this research environment for your use as well. Yeah? Going beyond the geographical coverage that we have shown, I mean, I think this could go easily all the ASEAN countries, especially if you have a collaboration going on which goes across the border and you're not just an isolated research group. So another part of the speech I was talking about the service catalog and how we're going to provide all the services to the service catalog, and how Magic project, which will be spoken about in the next presentation, will also provide cross-advertised cloud for research and education services that there are in the world. So if there's a cloud service available in this region that is open to research and education in your country and you would like to share the information about this and maybe share the resources eventually, also please get in touch with us. And we'll be able to do this, to advertise this service. So thank you very much for your attention.
Maria Jose Lopez for presenting Magic, a global connection community.
Okay, I'm going to introduce myself. My name is Maria Jose Lopez. I come from Chile, from South America, Latin America. I work for Red Clara, which is like Géant or ASREN, but in Latin America. As you can imagine, in Latin America, we have experienced probably the same problems that you have been experienced here in the Arab states as in the rest of Africa. So our experience in collaboration has been a key factor of success in our continent. I'm sorry, I'm very short, so you keep put your attention in the screen. So, but trust me, I'm here. Okay, I can't see the presentation. May I say it there? Thank you. In there is perfect. Okay, Magic is the first really global collaborative project within the research and education environment, in the networks environment. So I'm going to try to explain you a little about this project. Okay, this is different. The previous project was Alcira, which is, you have the name there. And Alcira was regional, was within Latin America and between Latin America and Europe. So what we wanted to do, this Alcira project was also led by Red Clara, but what we wanted to do was fostering the deployment of EduRoam and identity federations within Latin America, and perhaps to connect them to EduGain in Europe. So at the same time, we did want to create a platform, a service platform, a collaboration platform for our researchers in Latin America and to connect them with the European ones. That was the main goal. And we rely on the applications created by our NRENs within Latin America and Europe as well. So, the general objective of MAGIC project, again based on the Alcira success, is to establish this set of agreements in order to consolidate a world region's middleware to apply services and tools to all the scientific community. We want to build the best possible scenario in order to promote collaboration among all researchers and academics in our regions. Our partners, as I told you, the project is led by Red Clara. This is the third European Commission funded project that is led by Red Clara. The first one was Alice 2, the project with which we finalized our backbone, the Latin American backbone. Then we had Alcira, and now we have MAGIC. And the main ambition was to have all the world regions involved in it, in order to really foster collaboration among our researchers. Recently, InnovaRed from Argentina signed the MOU, the Memorandum of Understanding. So this means that we are also open to sign agreements with other NRENs in the rest of the world. You are all participating in this project through ASREN. So these are all the contact points that we have all around the world. We have Tain with my colleague here, Sang-Yung. We have all the regions represented. So if you are interested, perhaps, in participating in a more deeper way in this project, you should contact Youssef or Salem, and they will tell you how to do it. This is the project structure. I work in the work package 6, which is dissemination and supporting to training. We are doing online and face-to-face training. I'm going to go a little deeper in that in a few minutes. So this is basically the structure of the things we are doing now: platforms for mobility, cloud provisioning, and group world standards agreements for real-time collaboration, which is the most appealing thing so far, I would say, from my perspective. And of course, global science communities, building global science communities. So we have in platforms for mobility, of course, we are working with EduRoam and the establishment of identity federations and help them to interfederate through EduGain. Brooks Caulfield is behind in the room here, and he has been working with us in this particular areas. So these maps I'm going to show you next are the maps he did. So when we started working with the Alcira project, the previous project, this was the situation all over the world in terms of what was going on with EduRoam. After the Alcira project, the situation changed quite a lot, as you can see. So we hope to have this map much bluer at the end of the MAGIC project, which is going to be in May 2017. Okay, so I told you we are working also in building identity infrastructures, authentication, identity federations, and we need to connect them through EduGain in order to help them to interfederate. So, again, when the Alcira project started, this was the situation in the whole world in terms of what's going on with federations and EduGain. When Alcira ended in October 2014, the situation was totally different. And we want to take this success ongoing, so we need to take it beyond. Please go to your contact points if you are interested in this. We are also in the MAGIC project, we are doing training sessions in EduRoam establishing and EduGain and federations. We had one in Amman. It was very successful. It was in September. Yes. We have had one in Chile, in my country, in South America, and we have had one in the Caribbean. These were face-to-face training sessions, but we do also have online courses, which is federations and NRNAM as well. I'm going to show you the URL. It's open to everybody. It's in French, English, and Spanish. We are trying to develop these courses in some other languages as well. So about cloud provisioning, I told you that in Alcira we work in this platform in order to place there some services and tools that were created by the NRENs in Latin America and Europe. And we call this environment, this kind of social environment, collaboratorio. And its main goal is to be a safe place in order to allow researchers and academics to build their own communities. For instance, Chile is the most seismic country in the world, so I would love to have an earthquake study community in order to teach us, the regular citizens, how to lead with this kind of situations. So if some researcher in Chile were interested in doing this, he could build a community inside this collaboratorio portal and invite researchers all over the world to collaborate, and they have their several tools like desktop video conferencing system. You can have a video conference from your desktop for, I don't know, 50 people, and you can tape record that session. You can exchange papers, documents, and presentation as well. You can have you have wikis, big file transference, and some other tools which are really tailored for researchers. So that was the platform we created in the Alcira project, and that we keep growing now. We have Colombia, the Caribbean, and recently WAPREN placed this tool in their own websites, and they have the tool, the service, the platform, but with their own look and feel. So in terms of cloud provisioning, you have there what we are doing. I always try to go further with Collaboratorio because it is the most useful tool for researchers, and I know here we have visits from different universities, so I think it's more interesting for you now. Okay, in terms of real-time collaboration, I told you we had this course of NRNAM in online now. Since we started with the MAGIC project, we have Mexico, Ecuador, El Salvador, and very recently Uruguay with an NRNAM designation. So they are now part of the project, and we are really trying to push this into Africa and the Caribbean as well, and to Asia. We have been working intensively, working in Eage 323 MConf. We want to make it easier for all the researchers, the use of video conferencing systems, desktop video conferencing systems. These are all open code tools. We are trying to build, it is mandatory for us to build science communities, global science communities. There are many, many scientific communities all around the world, but though the tools, the internet it was supposed to change the paradigm, and we all talk every time about collaboration. The fact is that it is intra-regional, but we need to connect them all over the world. So we are trying to build these communities. It has been defined, I'm going to tell you, I have it in a couple of further slides, but it is, I think it's biodiversity of science and something else, but I don't want to lie. Okay, we do training for them also in terms of the use of our platform. And, it's e-health, environment, and biodiversity. Plus Mexico, they asked for remote instrumentation because they have a very big community working on this, and they really want to link with the rest of the world in order to go deeper in their research. So if you have a community and you are interested in using this platform for your own benefit, for your own research benefit, please contact us. It's for free, it's useful, it's easy, it's very simple, and you can have access for that just because you are part of ASRAN. So what are we doing now? We are preparing another training session here in the Arab states. Youssef has, you remember better than I the dates, so if you want to be part of that training session, you can contact Youssef. We continue working in NRNAM in Latin America and doing training sessions as well. If you think you would need to have this kind of training sessions, just contact us and we will try to do it. Those are the URLs for the online course. Courses I told you. If you think you could benefit of these courses, but they are not in your language, perhaps you can reach us and we can talk and we can try to think of a way in how to translate this into your language so you can use it for your communities and your researchers. We're trying to do this now with our Russian partners, and of course into Portuguese, which is part of Red Car as well. We are working intensively in interoperability, and as I told you, WOCRAN it is deploying this Colaboratorio portal in their own website with their own look and feel, which is something you can also do. That's it. If you want to present to your community or you need more information, please send me an email and I'll be more than glad to pass you the information. We have a little booth outside. We are giving away our brochures and some USB pen drives, so you're welcome to visit us there. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. And, let me introduce Jonathan Chapman. He will talk about the services at Internet 2. Jonathan is now in Qatar, George Washington University. He is the Georgetown University. He is the CIO there.
Good afternoon. And, thank you on the introduction, and welcome everyone. So I'm with Georgetown University in Doha, Qatar. I'm also the chair for the Internet 2 Middle East Special Interest Group, and always pleased to be here at ASREN and support the activities, and looking forward to more advancements as time goes by. So I'm going to talk about the various services at Internet 2. We've heard a lot about development of the NNREN and the work of connectivity networks. There's a lot more to NRENs today than there used to be when these were first launched. I know ASREN is moving towards being a part of those delivery of those types of services. Talk a little bit about just thinking about this whole thing about globalization, because it all fits into how we then look at delivering of services. So, so there's a quote from John Sexton, reminder to all of us that the academy, he said, of the future, but it is of today. It doesn't confine itself to national borders anymore. It is something that goes well beyond borders. It is transnational. Our science collaborations, they're increasingly global, and our first speaker this afternoon hinted at that. We've got these large big data instruments, and these are multinational investments. We've got education that's becoming global. There's global campuses. There are people who are opening up gateway offices in various parts of the world. There is the whole movement of your massive online courses. The list goes on and on. So this brings a lot of new demands, both to the users, from users, and challenges for the NRENs. We need and remove and have a need for much more scalable networks. We need more generic shared services, right? And less of the campus-driven infrastructure, because we now have people that are global. And I can think of my own examples working with Georgetown as we were setting up the campus in Doha. And Georgetown, before the Qatar campus, was very much a single campus institution. So it was all designed about, and all the services were designed about having it for that campus. Today, we need to have services that can meet the university wherever it is. And it's been a bit of a challenge. It's a change in thinking. We need the support services around the world. You've got to be able to do your identity and your security. So we need to start thinking of projecting ourselves at the global scales. And the NRENs are getting together to work on the global platform. So there is some movements of global representation and leadership, and there is a group of the national NRENs that meet occasionally and talk about how to bring it on a global network for the future. What do we need from it? Bandwidth is the part that we always talk about, but we also need to have a way of delivering easier solutions, supporting that end-to-end science and education. And we need to work on developing advanced applications that support this, because as you start expanding outside of your regional or your national boundaries, you need to rethink how you build and construct your services to meet that global requirement. And finally, collaboration. It's all about collaboration. I mean, we work in higher education, we work in research institutes. This is all about collaboration. Researchers no longer work by themselves in that little laboratory. right? Publish a paper and that's it. Nowadays they collaborate with experts around the world as they produce those papers. So some product, I'm going to take the rest of my presentation is going to talk about products and services. I say of a modern NREN, this takes from what Internet 2 is doing, but I'm sure if I was to research Gian, if you research, Red Clara, if you look at where ASREN is moving towards, we're all thinking about how do we address the needs of our users in these four very key categories. Obviously, we constructed ourselves originally all about advanced networking. That's where the REN community started. But now we've got a lot more about services and applications, about identity, trust, how can I make connectivity easier between organizations. And obviously, none of this is going to work if we don't have the right performance tools and analysis tools to ensure that it's functioning well. This is the map of the Internet 2 network in the U.S. Their targets and their objectives have been uninhibited performance. This is, I believe, the 4th generation of their national backbone. It's being upgraded now up to 100 gig across the United States. And then you get your connectivity from your regionals and from the local universities. Those certainly would be at slower speeds. It's also about transparent operation. So it doesn't matter which organization you are from to start with. It should look transparent to you if you're a member of the network. Right? Services are there. And it's optimized, which is why we're a research and education network. We optimize for that research and that collaboration process. This is the vision for the future that comes from the global RENs. Thanks to the Dante Gian people who have done the artist impressions here. But the idea is to establish a network of networks so that we span the globe, and regardless of where you are, what institution you're working with, our long-term vision is that any network, any institution, any researcher anywhere should be able to reach anyone else. Now, moving on to the next area of services, we talked about performance and analytics. Internet 2 for its members, and they offer some of these services to the general public, has tools for network analytics. They do dashboards. And then they've got these little, some of the times very small applications, sometimes large applications. Allows you to test your bandwidths, allows to do simple ping tests. Perf Sonar developed a number of years ago now within the research and education community, and used significantly in the research and education community to identify bottlenecks and to measure performance. When you start trying to move data packets, such as genomic data, which is, some of those files could be 1 terabyte each, you need to know that you've got optimal performance along those networks. Another area that they're working on, and the Internet 2 provides services is in their trust and identity. Some of these have been around for a long time. Places like InCommon. Internet 2 works with the Europeans and has expanded the European EduRoam service out to the U.S. And we certainly encourage the adoption of it wherever we go in the world. But we've also been looking at some new tools, things like commercial applications like LastPass and Duo. The Internet 2 is looking at establishing contracts and makes it easier for their member institutions to use those tools. And they have a project underway right now called TIER, which is addressing a next generation identity management for the institutions. And these are things that are key and services that are very, very needed for us to really reach that global vision. So all that said, the one piece I haven't talked about yet here is services and applications. Does this remind you of any of your PhD students, or maybe yourself at some point in the past? Right? You're sitting in that computer room and you're saying, okay, why am I having to do all the network administration? And so what we envision for the future is we should be able to provide services that allows the researcher to do his research, and whether it be the NREN or the internal university service or whatever, they're the ones who look after giving them the computer power and making sure that it operates for them. Some of the things so one of the big projects that Internet 2 has underway began 5-6 years ago. It's a concept called Net Plus Services. Okay? Looking at portfolio solutions, Internet 2 member organizations are able to have access to these solutions, obtain or purchase the solutions that they want, but as an aggregate, right? But they need, so key cost effectiveness. One of our challenges that has been with the cloud service providers and the commercial providers is recognition of how education uses services differently, and there needs to be some consideration and adaptation of pricing models to recognize that we address a different type of community. We talk about it a lot right now in the region in our interactions with the telcos and trying to getting them to understand that the research community is not your standard commercial provider. But the reality is we're facing exactly the same conversation again with the commercial providers of cloud services, that we're not your typical commercial user. And we have different needs, and we use things differently. So Internet 2 is acting sort of as that middleman and negotiator to help us create contracts and service offerings that make sense to the education community. Right? So, and it's really, so they really are working at trying to tailor this to the community. It's really a new generation of services for NRENs, but it also looks at leveraging the services that we already have. Right? We've provided things like In Common. We've got single sign-on. We've got group identity management. Let's use those services as part of obtaining these new services. Right? Obviously, we want to drive down the costs. We want to make this economically efficient for our users. But we also want to establish this as a strategic partnership. And I'll mention a little bit later one of the services that has been done and some of the things that's happened by having that strategic partnership. We have, certainly in the U.S. and I believe around the world, we've got sometimes unique security requirements for our users and our institutions. We need to be able to have ways to address that. It also is very helpful both for the institution and for the service provider if you can establish single points of contacts for this. Right? Most service providers, they don't want 500 institutions showing up, each trying to negotiate for 2,000 to 3,000 students. It's much easier if you can aggregate that all together and have 1 or 2 negotiators talking for hundreds of thousands of students. So Internet 2 is building what they're calling a brokered community cloud, and so Internet 2 represents that R&E community in the United States, and it allows it to act as an entity for themselves. Right? Very much important about having the scalability, the trust, and the standards, and the cloud, obviously cloud deployment. But this issue of trust and standards, a lot of our institutions struggle with, the administrative people struggle with, I don't want to be working on something that's shared because I don't trust it. And so we're working with them to try and, and we're working as a representative for the institutions in order to demonstrate that there can be joint services in a trusted environment. How are they providing this? So all of the services that are offered by Internet 2 Net Plus to their membership are actually sponsored by the members. So it is an institution that proposes this in the first place. Then they look at measuring certain things. Is it scalable? Right? Some of these services really aren't. Can they deliver over the global R&E network? We don't want it to be, oh, well, yes, it'll work great, but only in this small area. It has to be deliverable across. Right? Will the provider work with the community? And so we have a service with, very early on, one of the first services that was launched was Box, which is a online file sharing, cloud-based file storage and sharing facility, collaboration facility, similar to Dropbox. We have worked with Box to enhance the services over the last few years, and the institutions they have a small committee that acts as a liaison with Box. They come with suggestions, recommendations. We have seen, literally hundreds of modifications to the Box service because of our ideas. And what's the advantage to Box? Box takes those ideas, works with us, learns how to integrate them into their system, gets them working, power tests them in many ways because the institutions can be quite heavy users at times. And then they go out and they also sell it to their commercial clients. So it's good for us in that we get the service and the style of service we want. It's good for them because they figure out what has commercial viability and can actually be sold as a commercial service as well. So it works for both of us. And finally, they really look at been looking at identifying single contracting terms. So rather than having to negotiate with 500 lawyers from 500 institutions, you've got one set of lawyers from one organization. So this is a bit of how so these are a set of platforms that they work with, or some of them. This is a small subset of the providers that we're working with today. You'll notice people like Windows Azure, Amazon Web Services, so you can actually get high performance computing in the cloud through some of the services that we've been building. For the future, what we're looking at is how do we now expand this out into globally federated services, right? And federating between the federations. This is something, so one of those efforts is things like educate and adoption. Communications, video conferencing capabilities, ensuring that they're fully interoperable between different parts of the world. And how do we aggregate the NRENs to take what we've done internally in the United States and make this offering as a global service? Right now, I think one of our biggest challenges is probably the contractual issues with the service providers about crossing global boundaries. And there's a lot of reluctance, especially where you've got vendors that have resellers. They don't like the idea that we're negotiating with headquarters, and headquarters is saying it's getting served to everybody in the world. They'd like to have the regional providers and the regional resellers want to have some part of that. And so there needs to be, there is a lot of effort being looked at, and how do we get a way to satisfy both sides of the partnership. So that's my contacts. I'm currently with Georgetown University. I also do work with Internet 2, and we're looking forward to how we make this global. And while we are on the change, I'm just going to put this up. This is this sample of some of what's happening right now in Internet 2, and I don't have a slide that's big enough to hold everything. Thank you.
I would like to welcome our colleague from Korea, Sang-Yong Kim, for team-based various applications activities in Asia.
Hello, I'm Sang-Yong Kim from Teen Crafting Center from Seoul, Korea. It's my first time to be here in Arab region, and first time from my center. And I'm very happy to be here, and thank you for Yusuf and ASRAN community to invite me to here. And as I realize your break time is getting shorter, so I will try to shorten my presentation as long as I possible. So, TAIN is literally Trans-Eurasia Information Network. So we are connecting the network infrastructure in Asia region. So in this project and this presentation, I just trying to explain just what TAIN is and what we do. It's more likely similar with another region too. But I briefly explain what TAIN is and how it's originally built. Okay. So outline is the TAIN background and what TAIN for is now we are doing, and our future plan and collaboration opportunity with ESRA. The TAIN itself is started year 2000. Based on the ASEM meeting, and we started 2MAC from the France and Korea, and now it became a 23 partners involved. So as I mentioned, now TAIN is started in the year 2000, and it's passed on the several years and developed into other phases. So now we are on the TAIN phase 4, which will be finished in next year. So as now we have 22.5G and 10G backbones in nationwide, and the 23 partners are involved. The TAIN Cooperation Center is the administration body for the managing of this project, and this is established in year 2012 and located in Seoul, Korea. And we have a contract with EC. So this is basically European Commission funded. But the difference is different with other project is 50% is funded by EC, and the other 50% is funded by our partners. So we have a governance meeting which is every partners have one governor representative of their countries, and we have a steering committee to be kind of the advisory group. And in our center, we have a 4 group: admin, application, the net technical, and the financial unit are working with this project. So Paying for Object itself is trying to providing connectivity in Asia region mainly, and promote the activity beyond that. So we have 3 working package. So let me simply explain this. We're just trying to connect to Asian region. The second thing is trying to build up some community based on the application workshops support. And the third one is promoting some capacity building and trying to develop some collaboration with another region. As now we have 23 partners. 16 is beneficiary, and 7 is unbeneficiary, like Korea, China, Japan, Australia, New Zealand, and Singapore are quite advanced in this region. So they are participating in this project, their own fund or their own connectivity to region. The rest of 16 beneficiary, we just trying to give them the connectivity based on their government's payment. This is network connectivity we have. As I mentioned, we have 23 partners, but actually 20 countries are connected. So we're still trying to figuring out the connection to the Afghanistan, Myanmar, and Mongolia. And we are expecting those countries will be connected in year 2016. So as I mentioned, we are trying. What we support is basically network connectivity, and we support some workshop and the training. So in case of workshop, you get through the list we have. There's a telemedicine and the future internet, and Edge-ROAM, and the big data analysis, and network monitoring stuff related to applications. Regarding the training, it's more likely related to the network technology. So network designing basic campus network, and IPv6 deployment, and network security, and pop sonar, and we have annual NOC workshop for developing some skills and expertise in each country. So this is just example of our activity to the designing basic campus network in Bangladesh. Recently, Bangladesh get the fund from the World Bank, and they have a chance to develop their own NRAN, and they hosting this workshop in Bangladesh to how do they build up their own nationwide infrastructure. Additionally, we are actually there's these 2 workshop supporting and supported for training is our main role, but we have some additional fund to supporting this kind of funded project. So one of them is XEAP, is trying to extend the Edge-ROAM in Asia region. So basic this fund we could expand to 7 countries within Asia. Basically leading by the ARNet in Australia. They have their expertise to try to purchase some servers and building some software developed by the New Zealand colleagues. So we will distribute to the 7 countries. So basically, this activity will expect Edge-ROAM activity will be boomed up in 7 countries. But based on this, we require them, our partners in 7 countries, they just hire 3 more institutes to extend their connection. So we let them do their own facility in their ability. But those 2 more project is related to telemedicine, And telemedicine itself is really booming in Asia region, and Korea, Japan, China have very skillful surgery skills, so they try to broadcasting this skill to the other countries. And the last one is e-learning. Recently, we considering some e-learning project in team-based, but as you recognize, every country have their own e-learning program and project and software, and it's very various, really various types. So we're just gathering the people from 16 countries, which is beneficiary, and we try to listen their opinion and how they want to based on this collaboration. So we will try to have some building up another project for based on their opinion. So I just explained what we do and what we are, and this is kind of visibility activity. We just build up some posters related to the SDN testbed and case study. And this one is high energy physics, and this one is telemedicine we do. Also, monitoring climate change is another option, another activity we do in Asia. A fight for hunger is the agricultural research is also holding in the southern Southeast Asia. So they're developing some new type of scopes and agricultural skills based on this network. So we are expecting next phase from year 2006. We called it PAIN 5, and we are under discussion with European Commission for the contract now. So we are not fixed yet, but the budget itself will be getting increased, so we could expect more providing the circuit. And we developed some basic connectivity in PAIN 4. So in PAIN 5, we expect more than 10G connection as a backbone and at least 1G connection to each country. That can be a better option for them to use their own research purpose. So this is my last one. I think about considerable collaboration with ASRAN, and I hope there is a possibility to connect to the ASRAN with PAIN. And actually, I knew the Singapore, the UAE have a connection to Singapore based on the Internet 2 connection, and actually we have also connection to the Internet 2 at Singapore and 1G. So that's kind of potential possibility. And telemedicine and Edgeroom e-learning stuff we can share with this ASRAN region, because in case of the Edgeroom, ASRAN and PAIN is also representative of each region and participate to the MAGIC project together. And the e-learning, I recognize that there's a AR OQA meeting here. It's related to the education stuff, so maybe we could share some kind of experience and expertise between them. So let's work together. Thank you.
We are a little bit late, but we can get one or two questions. Any questions for any speaker? Okay, Helga, please.
Helga Spitalo from Jeon. A question for Maria Jose. It would be nice if you shared, or probably I missed it when you shared it, but it would be nice to tell how to actually sign up for the collaboratorio.
It's quite simple. I mean, you are all connected to ASRAN, so you have your identity, your password, and what's the name of that? Technical name.
They don't have all identity federations. There might be a catch. Is there a catch-all identity federation?
Okay, if that's the situation, you have to send me an email or through Youssef, and we will connect you directly to the system. We have been doing that with some other regions. It's not a problem. So if you are interested in knowing those tools and stuff, just let me know. I'm going to be here these 2 days, and you can go through to Youssef and send me an email, and we will connect you. That's it.
Okay, I recognized another question. Yes, please.
We basically communicate with the English because that's common language, but we also recognize there are some demands to, localization. So in this case, basically we communicate with each NRAN in each country with English, but for the localization for that, we just we are doing nothing about that localization, but we are considering that also under discussion with China.
Okay. Any other questions? Thank you all. We finished this session, and we have a small break for 15 minutes. Because we have another session. Yes. Thank you. Thank you.
Oh yes, possibly. But I don't have anything up there. And the clipping? I'm not sure. Okay. Yusuf. عند ال Okay. So I'm with Yusuf at the start of the session. You start the session? Okay. Okay. So yeah, this announcement.
Announcement.
Yeah.
We have 2 slides. So we tell the story quickly.
I will tell the story quickly. Have a look. It's slightly more than 2 slides, but they're hitches that
Okay.
they're on different
I
slides.
know that. Let's do it in 10 minutes.
Yes, easily. Yes.
This one. Yes. لا just one second. كيف عاملينها؟ اوكي اوكي great. ممتاز.
exactly what I expected to look like.
One more thing. So you're ready. welcome back. I don't know how to operate it. Is this one?
Is this us?
Okay. Very good.
We're halfway there.
Okay, I would like to welcome you back again. We have to start. So I will leave you with Brooke to give you a short announcement because we are committed as a region to the Magic project and other projects. So my region is developing and coordinating with activities related to EduGain and EduRoam. So I will leave you the Brooke to do the announcement. Please, Brooke.
Thank you very much. You'll only hear from me this once, so if you want to talk to me through the rest of the conference, please make an approach and find me. I'm talking about federated services, so within the Magic project, and you heard the presentation from Maria Jose earlier. EduRoam and EduGain are services that we push, and particularly EduGain is the service that I look after within Géant. This is a map. I like to make maps, and so people sometimes use them. This is the ASREN service region. This is the ASREN service region where there are identity federations, right? You'll see that there's almost no change. There was a slight change. This is the ASREN service map with members that are participating in EduGain. So you can see a slight green color there, which is Oman. This is the ASREN service region where EduRoam is available either in a pilot or a production state. And because we've got sort of this far with the deployment of some federated services, we'd like to congratulate our success. Now, while we're only going to be thanking sort of a few individuals, it's actually due to a lot of people that we have success in the deployment of these pilots. And sometimes only individuals get to take credit, but I know that there's a big team behind all of this. So for our first EduGain member, we'd like to thank Oman's Knowledge ID Federation. It's been a long time coming. We started doing this work at Eage last year, which was in Oman, where we met the team from the Research Council. And so Yusuf has an award if we're going to coax NASA to the stage. Okay, so, and a gift box. In addition to Oman, we have Morocco, which are our hosts. They were the first production EduRoam roaming operator in the ASREN region, and they have an identity federation called EduIDM. Now, where are the guys from? Yeah, there he is, right at the back. Would you like to come forward? And last but certainly not least, we have both Algeria and Lebanon. These guys get their commitment to federated services. We've had EduRoam pilots for some time with these guys, and the work on science gateways in Algeria. So, Arush, come on. and also to Lebanon, not only for their good EduRoam pilot, but also the outstanding presentation that Yusuf gave earlier on, which will hopefully inspire everybody else to adopt services.
Brooke, thank you again for helping my region to finish.
Yes. Just remember that that the magic is here, right? We have a way of getting you to the success. We expect big things from those people that are piloting EduRoam and identity federations. But if you want to work with us, please see Maria Jose, Saganum Kim, or myself on the magic booth.
And Brooke also, and Yusuf. So. In addition to that, our colleagues in Tunisia, as he mentioned, in Jordan, in Egypt, they are also working aggressively on being part of the EduRoam. So I hope they would. Thank you, Brooke. Before I give the hand for the second session, actually I forgot to have been forgetting many things today. So I have some kind of shield for Professor Shaher. Please let me just kind of appreciation. So I will hand now the floor to Dr. Habib Youssef. So we'll be sharing the last session. I know it's a challenge to finish on time. So I invite Dr. Habib and his speakers. Please, it's yours now.
Okay, this is the last session of the day. I hope we'll finish it on time. I think we will. We have several speakers. It's about the scientific contribution. No, I'm looking. It's on the community of e-sciences. Okay. We have several speakers, so I'm going to call for the speaker here present in the room. The first one is already there, Hisham Darwish from Nasij, Lebanon. I would like to call Esther Wilkinson from UKNRAN. Then Farida Sessi. Farida Fessi, I always say Sessi, it's a common name. Farida Fessi from the University of Muhammad Khamis in Rabat, DC. Okay, Ricardo Torres is not with us here, and I think he has a recorded video of his speech. We'll try to run it for maybe 5 minutes. We'll see if we succeed to do so, and then we'll move on to the first speech after that by Esther Wilkinson. Okay. This is a video record from the States.
check whether the sound okay, sorry. I forgot one speaker. Okay, Lina Idrisi. I'm sorry, Lina. Okay. I'm sorry. Okay. Lina Idrisi. Okay. If there is a problem, that's okay. So we go. Okay. And then you have to.
So what is the National Student Clearinghouse? The National Student Clearinghouse is a not-for-profit, non-government organization. In our services, we are dedicated to providing the highest levels of information security, portability of student academic data, and serving the entire education community at large. When we talk about the education community, whom are we talking about? Well, within the United States, there are several major stakeholders in the education community, and it all starts with the students. We currently serve over 20 million students that are enrolled in post-secondary education, and we have over 130 million former students that are reflected in our database through either enrollment or degree or certificate records. Schools, we are another important stakeholder. Over 3,700 colleges and universities make use of the National Student Clearinghouse's services, and over 9,000 high schools make use of the Clearinghouse's reporting services to determine what happened to their students once they left high school. We also work with federal agencies such as the U.S. Department of Education. We act as a liaison between the schools and the U.S. Department of Education, for example, when it comes to filing reporting requirements for student loans. We also work with state agencies in all 50 states, Washington, D.C., Guam, the U.S. Virgin Islands, where we interact with state officials who are trying to learn about the efficacy of their educational programs. We also work with public policy-oriented folks, and you can think of these as think tanks, the Brookings Institution, for example, or the State Higher Education Executives Organization, which works on public policy issues on a national basis, state by state, for higher education. Finally, we work with educational organizations. We work with accreditors, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, and you can see Lumina, the National College Access Network, which is dedicated to helping first-generation students in the United States gain access, persist, and complete a college education. We also work with the global education community. We are a part of the Groningen Declaration Network. We work with China, South Africa, Australia, Canada, Spain, and Mexico, just to name a few of the countries where the National Student Clearinghouse has relationships with ministries of education in order to help student data portability. The National Student Clearinghouse was launched in 1993 at the dawn of the Internet age. This makes the Clearinghouse one of the early technical pioneers, a technical disruptor of the status quo. And today, what we have become is an interconnected, voluntary data cooperative. So it's important to note that none of the data that the clearinghouse receives is because schools have to send it. They send it voluntarily. With that in mind, we have 96% of the U.S. higher education covered within our database. We perform over 1.2 billion transactions a year on behalf of the institutions that we serve. And finally, we generate about $750 million in economic value to these institutions, meaning that if the National Student Clearinghouse didn't exist, there would be an extra $750 million worth of cost in the higher education system. So you can see how this data cooperative yields benefits to the providers of data to the National Student Clearinghouse. As I mentioned earlier, the National Student Clearinghouse began collecting data in 1993 to help solve a paper-driven bureaucratic problem. There you see the institution in the middle of the page, and the institution is getting bombarded with paperwork from the National Student Loan Data System. So back in the 1993, in order to figure out whether a student who had a loan could still be in a deferred status, and that student had transferred from one school to another, the process of figuring out where that student was and whether they were still enrolled required a lot of paperwork between entities that were servicing loans, the entities that were guaranteeing the loans, the U.S. Department of Education, the students, the parents, and the institution. The result was a very, very costly paper-driven process that resulted in a lot of technical defaults and a lot of frustration. This was a real problem, and as I mentioned earlier, the formation of the clearinghouse created a technical disruption to this problem and allowed students and administrators to breathe easy and actually get to the business of education. So over the years, our data expanded based on the services that we were providing. So we included enrollment verification services, and these were brought in from our existing enrollment data that was already being collected. So the way you want to think about this is that the schools were already providing enrollment data to the National Student Clearinghouse, and what we did at the request of the registrars was to begin to verify student enrollments, since we already had the data, for textbook companies, laptop companies, where students were looking for student discounts, and their verified enrollment would allow them to have that. At no point is student data sold. It is merely verified at the student's request. We also added degrees and certificates back in 1998, and this allowed the National Student Clearinghouse to take over the degree and certificate verification process for the higher education institutions. So we have many agreements with background checking firms, for example, who will look to verify a claimed degree by an individual at a U.S. institution. And then finally, we provide transfer analytics for schools. Enrollment managers use the National Student Clearinghouse's student tracker reporting services to really understand what's happening to their enrolled students, students they sought to enroll and enrolled elsewhere, students that transferred from their institutions and went elsewhere. They want to understand how many of them ended up getting a degree or are still enrolled. These services are primarily benefiting two basic stakeholders: students and alumni of the institution, and the colleges and universities that provide the data to the National Student Clearinghouse. So once again, you can see there is this exchange of, in this cooperative of data for information. There are two critical elements of success for this ecosystem to work. The first is trust. So over 22 years, the National Student Clearinghouse has built an environment of trust in its data ecosystem. And secondly a high value proposition, meaning that the universities and the colleges see a tremendous value in providing the data to the National Student Clearinghouse. We do not charge the schools for these services, so they provide us the data, and then we, in turn, can turn it around and provide the economic value that I mentioned earlier. The data that we collect and the services that we provide have strong research-related attributes, and this is a really important point. They are all standard data elements. So in particular, when you're dealing with compliance reporting, it allows us to have standard definitions and standard elements that are collected for all the institutions that send data to the National Student Clearinghouse. Secondly, the currency of the data is the same for all. So since they are all reporting on a compliance basis and on a compliance schedule, the actual data that we receive is current to the most recent month. The clearinghouse, as a matter of fact, closes each month and does not allow for edits to occur once a month is closed. The data is also very accurate. When we receive the data from the schools, we perform a series of edits on that data and automatic checks to make sure that there are no errors. If there are errors found, and there are always errors found, the file goes back to the school, where the school is responsible for correcting the errors and then sending the data back to the National Student Clearinghouse. And then finally, it's near census coverage. So that means that we do not have to do statistical rounding or a statistical proportioning of our information as it is reported in many of our reports. Because of our 96% coverage, our reporting tends to be on a census basis and very accurate. And that makes the researchers very, very happy. So how do you go about building a research brand? Let's talk about this. We focused on 3 areas: quality of the data, relevance of the information, and insights that could be derived. On the quality side, we wanted to make sure that third parties were able to independently validate the information that we had and that the data was seen as clean. Also, we had the currency of our data assessed as well as the coverage. So as we grew in coverage over time, for example, we provided researchers with the ability to understand that as you go back in time, the coverage was less, and therefore you would have to do some statistical rounding in order to be able to get to a census number. But the data that's more current obviously has the 96% coverage area, so you really do have a census environment. So this is really important so that researchers understand how to use the data and that you have a third party independently validating that the data is good and that it's clean. You should also, with your data, have the ability to replicate known measures that are out there and demonstrate that value proposition to the data providers. So if there are known measures of success out there, being able to replicate it shows that your data, in fact, is valid. Secondly, what you want to be able to do is you look at the folks that are providing you that data and answer the question, what is it that we can tell you in addition to the information that you've provided us to help provide some context that allows them to gain some insights, which is the next section, on the data that they previously did not have. So how you do that is you demonstrate the ability to inform at a deeper level. And you have to allow for nuanced data comparisons. So an example of this in the United States is that the Clearinghouse publishes a completions report every year. And this talks about what percentage of students that started 6 years ago, 8 years ago, complete some form of college credential over that time period. We also produce 3 months later a state version of that report, so state by state. States can see what, in fact, the completion rates were. But importantly, we allow for schools to look at that information by querying the clearinghouse and being able to see what their individual completion rates look like compared to the state and national numbers. Now, what makes this an interesting topic to talk about is that the United States has a unique feature in its higher education system, that over 37% of students transfer from one school to another. And in that transfer process, schools do not know, for the most part, where these students end up. And as a result, it ends up creating an environment where completion data, where you have, for example, educated a student for 2 years, and now that student is transferred to another school and completed a 4-year degree, you would like to know that your 2 years worth of education contributed to that completion. Another area that I'd like to focus on is the research reporting pyramid, keeping your reporting simple. So, we assess that, at least in the United States, to look at outcome data, you probably need about 20 data elements. And these are mostly awards: high school diplomas, certificates, degrees, associate degrees, bachelor degrees, master degrees, PhDs, etc. The next level are correlations, which is really looking at perhaps items such as uniform test data or course data, which could help inform some of the trends that we see in the outcomes. We think that we've been able to successfully put that together with about 150 additional data elements. Now, the final piece is the most complicated, where individual institutions or educational organizations will look to see how they can improve outcomes. And this requires granular information, probably over 1,000+ data elements, to really understand at the base level what you can do to help improve outcomes. So clearly, when you start thinking about the data depth required, you go from the very low level of data required to inform high-level trends.
And taxpayers.
Well, I think at this
runs for 25 minutes. We ran 15 minutes of it. So I think it's about it. It gives an idea what was the video about. And I think the video will be on the portal of ASREN, so it can be looked at later on. Okay? For those interested in the topic of the video. So let's move on to our first speaker present here with us. Esther Wilkinson from the UK. And
Hi and good afternoon to everybody. Just a couple of words of thanks first, really. Thank you to ASREN for inviting GIS to speak at this conference for the first time. And also thank you to our JAONT colleagues in the room who are supporting us in our transnational education work and have supported us being here today. So we've been working very closely with them on our TNE. What's been really refreshing to see so far in the presentations that I've heard so far is actually the focus on education rather than all being about research. I know we don't need as much bandwidth to support education as we do for research. However, education is just as important, and what's really important is to get that quality of the connectivity right, to be able to get a good quality student experience, and that's what we've been focusing on at GISC. It's all about the student experience. So just very quickly, some of the things that I'm going to cover. First of all, I'd like to tell you a bit more about GISC. You may not have heard much about us. go on to say a bit more about what we've been doing strategically, why TNE is so important for the UK and everybody else around the globe in supporting education, and also just going over what we've been doing in our core elements of our TNE support programme. So without further ado, this is our GISC mission statement and vision. So for those of you who don't know what GISC is or who we are actually, you'll have heard of JANET, the UK Research and Education Network. GISC is the organisation that runs JANET, the JANET network. It's had a lot of change in the last few years. We've come together as a number of different organisations all under one umbrella called GISC, and this is our mission and vision. But we can't achieve that without working globally with our partners. So GISC does three things. As I say, we run the infrastructure, we run the network, JANET network. We also provide support, advice and assistance to our sector being higher education and further education and skills. So we provide advice and support to our customers. We run the network, but we also work commercially with IT vendors and publishers to get the best deals for our customers. So those are quite simply what we do. So going on to our TNE support programme. One of the most complicated things to start with is actually understanding what TNE is. There are various different definitions of what it is, but quite simply for the UK, it's where we are delivering our UK education system in a different country. So that's what we define as TNE. Now that can take many shapes and forms, many different ways of delivering. So both from physical infrastructure, building branch campuses in different countries, all the way through to distance and online learning. Many are in the partnership model with universities or providers in different countries. But in practice, what TNE is a combination of all of those types of activities. So some branch campus, some online, and what we call blended learning, a combination of one or two of those elements, two or three of those elements. So that's what TNE is. So we as GISC are supporting all forms of TNE, but what we're also doing is supporting overseas recruitment offices, which isn't strictly TNE, but it also supports the UK education system. So GISC is supporting all of those in our programme of work. I thought I'd talk a little bit, very briefly, about why we're doing this. And really, as I said right at the very beginning, it's all about the student experience and delivering a good quality education to the student. So bearing that in mind, the benefits to the students are better employability, enhanced language skills, and a more global outlook on the world of where they are. But to the host country and to the UK, again, significant benefits. So having a global approach to education, developing local economies, local skills, building collaborations for the future, in particular research collaborations, but also driving up those quality and the standards and developing the curriculum. So plenty of reasons to be entering into this. And as we've seen, this is a very, very significantly growing area. I've taken a snapshot here of the amount of UK provision. I've only done it in the Gulf states. We are working in many different regions, but I thought this would be quite relevant. So it's a very quick analysis. As you can see, there's some significant amounts of TNE across those states, and that's just in that small geographical area. The couple on there that have got CIC are commercial in confidence, so we are working with a number of UK universities in these regions that haven't announced what they're doing yet. So the competition between universities in the UK for this sort of activity is very strong. So again, as you can see, it's a huge growth area for the UK, but I don't think it's just restricted to the UK. There are many other countries that are entering into these sort of relationships to deliver education. So what we did at JES is in direct response to our customers' demand. We set up a TNE support program. What we had was a number of large UK universities coming to us and saying their students were starting to complain. So their students were starting to not be able to access their VLEs, they couldn't submit their coursework, they just didn't have the same experience and the same access to the materials for those courses in their overseas campus or partnership arrangements. And students were starting to complain. So when students start to complain, then the reputation of that course was damaged, the reputation of that university was damaged, and obviously the reputation of the UK sector was also damaged. And unfortunately, it's only when things start to go wrong that people start to pay attention to the IT support, to the delivery of these courses. So we saw quite a few universities come to us, and we've set this up in response. So what we want to do in our TNE support program, it's a 2-year program of work. My job is to make it sustainable as a business opportunity for JESC. What we're doing is all of the products and services and the connectivity that we offer to our UK customers, we're hoping to offer that to our overseas customers. Now that is an aspiration, it's not going to be possible everywhere in the world, but that's what we're trying to achieve. Whatever the UK gets here, we try to offer that overseas. So the first thing that we did as part of the programme was do some research. We surveyed every UK university to find out what their current TNE activities are and what their future plans were. So we did something novel for JESC. Not only did we survey the IT departments, the IT staff, but we also surveyed the international offices and the international staff. And some of the results weren't surprising. We got a 38% response rate, which was pretty good, really, for our UK universities. And 50% were IT and 50% were international. So we've got a good sample. What we did find was reinforcing some of our knowledge already. So we know that this is an increasing demand. It's an area that's growing. So over 80% of people responded said that their university planned to expand this area of work. We found the locations. There's a lot in the Middle East, a lot in Southeast Asia, but the areas that were opening up, possibly India, but certainly Africa, were on people's radars. So TNE was shifting from certain places, from the China and Malaysia over to other places. What we did find, there were two things that were significant from the survey, one of which was about internal communication within universities. Not surprising in some ways, but what was happening were the international staff, the vice chancellors, the vice principals, were going to different countries, signing agreements, before anybody from IT or from the technical side was involved. So what tended to happen was, right at the very end, IT got involved when they said, right, we're opening the doors of our new campus in September, please make sure the IT works. Now that's not the best way to do it, and this has caused some significant problems in universities. The second point that we had here was the entire lack of knowledge about what was happening in that overseas campus or that overseas partnership. Really significant. So not only did people in the UK not know who was responsible for the IT, who was supplying it, what the supply was, didn't know what network problems there were. So it's a real lack of understanding and knowledge about what's happening on the other side of the world in most cases. So these are the things that we're starting to try and fix in our programme at JISC. And in some of the cases when we've been to universities, we've actually got the international people in the room as the IT people, and they've never met each other. So it's a really fundamental problem that we're trying to help with. So as part of our programme of work, we've set up 5 projects. We had 5 pilot projects. Two of those have now resulted in services, new services for our customers, and I'll very briefly canter through those. We had to focus what we were doing because TNE is so big. So we focused on our universities because they're more advanced than our further education sector. We focused on China and Malaysia, where the pockets of activity were, those significant pockets of activity. And we focused on getting that network connectivity right. Because if you get that right, then all of the products and services that we offer over and above that, they will fall naturally as a result. And getting that connectivity right was a fundamental thing. So the first project that we have is with China. This is our Janet Global Partnership Service. Our default position when we're working in different countries is to work with the research and education network in that country. And this is what we've been doing here in China with CERNET. So we have an MOU, we have a strategic alliance with CERNET. We've just recently reviewed that. And it's just all about partnership working. So the activities that we do, we work with universities on a case-by-case basis, and we've worked with a lot of universities. So we try and understand what their problems are. So we've looked at things like routing, latency differences, congested links, and obviously not forgetting the Great China Firewall. So we've learnt a lot by working in China and working with CERNET. And we have a very good, strong working relationship. And that's for campus-to-campus connectivity from the UK across Orient Plus to the Chinese university. The second project that resulted in a service was in Malaysia. Now, in Malaysia, we have MyREN, which is the Research and Education Network. However, at the moment, MyREN isn't sufficient for what we need. It doesn't have the capability that we need. So our short-term solution was to procure a commercial supplier within Malaysia. We have 3 co-located institutions, 2 universities, Newcastle and Southampton, and Marlborough College, all in one place. So we've built a local MAN out there, which is being managed on our behalf by one of the universities. It's a cost-sharing model, and it works very well. It's resilient, so that's worked very well. Now, because we've got a good relationship with that supplier, Telecom Malaysia, we also negotiated a good deal for Heriot-Watt, another one of our universities that's in a very different part of Malaysia, but we managed to negotiate down £500,000 off their contract over their 5-year period. So those are the 2 models that we have, we're operating at the moment. We are still working with MyREN as they bring up their capability. So the longer term solution, again, is working with our NREN in country. Another one of our big institutions is the University of Nottingham, who have campuses in both China and Malaysia. And they procured a solution, a commercial solution to triangulate their connectivity across all of their sites a number of years ago. Now, what we are doing with them at the moment is we're taking all of that out. We're using existing infrastructure where we can. So we're working with CERNET, we're working with MyREN, and we're also working with local providers to make that a more cost-effective, better solution than they have already. So that's quite a significant project. But we're also looking, we've also helped them roll out EduRoam in those sites, and we're also looking at other different services that they need across in both of the sites. We've also been working with CERNET to develop their monitoring and support capability, something that they don't actually offer at the moment. But they're developing their services and NREN because of this pilot project. So again, that's been very successful. One of the problems that we had in China was not campus-to-campus connectivity. It was all of those staff and students that were in hotels or dormitories or accommodation who couldn't be serviced by the CERNET connection. So in this is one of our current pilot projects. We're procuring services from both China Telecom and China Unicom to enhance that CERNET connectivity, to complement the CERNET campus-to-campus. We're doing that with Queen Mary's, University of London, and that's ongoing to see how much that improves the service for students and staff overseas. So that's going on at the moment. And our final pilot project, not in China or Malaysia, in Mauritius, one that we've been working on. For some reason, there's a large number of UK universities that are set up in Mauritius. Must be the sunshine and not the British weather, I think. But we have 4 branch campuses, all on the island. There's no research and education network on Mauritius. So we've had to look at different options, short-term and long-term. What we're looking at the moment, we've looked at commercial solutions, and that's the short-term solution that we'll probably take up for those universities. But we are working with GEONT and local NRENs, so Renater in the Reunion Island and Abuntinet in Africa, to see what we can do for a longer-term solution, and developing the capability in Mauritius, the Research and Education Network. So just to wrap this up really, this slide just shows the opportunities and that we've only just scratched the surface. We've only looked at a few countries. We've also done some work in Malta, South Korea, Sri Lanka. We've worked in a lot of places, but we want to develop our capability even more to the different products and services and extending beyond the HE sector in the UK. So really we're developing our knowledge and we're developing our expertise. We are creating communities to share our knowledge, and we're also looking to expand into the further education sector because there will be a strong demand for the skills sectors. One thing that I come across in every conversation about TNE that I've had so far is about the issue of licensing, overseas licensing, that in terms of software licensing and digital resources, library resources. That's very complicated to be able to do that in an overseas institution, and it's very costly. So that's one thing that JISC is also looking into. So what can we do to help you? We've got lots of expertise and knowledge that we can help with, in particular with China, because people ask about China all the time. One thing that we have on our website, if you just search for JISC TNE, is we have this transnational education form, registration form. And it's something we've been developing over time. It's all those considerations that you need to have when you're thinking about, either from an NREN's point of view, what information do you need to be able to troubleshoot, or from an institution's point of view, what information do I need to consider when I'm setting up TNE. So please come and talk to us. I'm here for obviously the next day or so as well. And my colleague Bai Wang here is the technical brains behind all of this. I just stand up and do the speaking. So come and talk to us, and we're happy to share what we've done. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's finish it right on time. We'll go to our next speaker, Farida Fassi. This time I got it right.
Okay, good afternoon. So I am Farida Fassi. I am from the Mohammed V University of Rabat. So I will discuss data in science and in high energy physics, and I will focus on the big data challenge that we face with in high energy physics. So let's start. Okay, so welcome at CERN. So the CERN is the European organization which was founded 61 years ago, and the main goal there is to investigate the high energy physics at very, very high energy. And to do this, we use the tool which is the flagship called Large Hadron Collider. Here in this figure you can see the Large Hadron Collider with the four points. I will discuss this later. And what I can say about Large Hadron Collider, it is really the largest and the most powerful particle accelerator ever built. And this accelerator, I mean, it is fantastic from the technological point of view, and also from the volume of the data that we collect and we collect with it. And here just I have put some numbers to give you the feeling how much the data will collect from the LHC. It is compared to what it is comparing what in the big data application that I will discuss later on. So here, as I said before, at CERN we investigate the high energy physics in very high energy, and we use enormous, we use a huge data set to do this investigation, and for that we have developed a facility which is called the Worldwide LHC Computing Grid. I will come back to this later on too. Okay, so what is our motivation? Why we have built such technological complex machine? We do this to answer the fundamental question of particle physics. Those fundamental physics is, for instance, what is the dark matter in the universe? Other question, unification of the fundamental forces, understanding the space-time matter versus antimatter, and the original of the mass, which is the Higgs boson mechanism, and that was discovered at this fantastic machine, and we need to precise the measurement of this particle. So all these motivation to look for, so we have the LHC to provide that will provide us with the experimental verification of this theory. And here I have put, you can see here the figure of the accelerator, and this is contained in a tunnel of 27 kilometers. And with this accelerator, we accelerate the particle and we collide them. And the kind of particle we do for the proton-proton and ion particle. Okay, in the LHC facility, we have 4 points where we collide the beam, and in these 4 points we have 2 general purpose experiments, ATLAS and CMS, which is dedicated for proton-proton collision and for heavy ion. And we have 2 other experiments, which is dedicated for matter-antimatter symmetry and for heavy ion, to study the state of matter of early universe. Okay, I will describe briefly what we do at the LHC. As I said before, we collide the beam of proton against proton, and as you can see here in the figure, this proton, we store them in the bunches, and every 25 seconds we collide these bunches, and here the constituent of the proton will collide to each other, and from time to time we hope that there is a hard scattering in which we can find a new particle, as what happened with the Higgs, which is not new particle, and the new one that we are looking for CZ, for instance. And the whole work, or the physicists at CERN, is to be able to select one event, one interesting event from 10,000 billion collected events. Okay, well, I am from ATLAS, and I will use ATLAS to explain more how we deal with the huge data that we collect from the LHC. So in LHC, as I said before, we have 4 points which we collide the beam, and ATLAS is the detector that surrounds this interaction point. As you can see in the figure, there are different layers in which the particle travel through this layer and leave the energy that we reconstruct after to see which kind of the particles are resulting from the collision. So just to give you a feeling how much this detector is bigger, you can see in the figure here on the left, ATLAS supervised to CERN 5-story building, and the CMS too, there is in the figure. Okay, here the ATLAS collaboration is really a very huge collaboration. In the map, you can see in the yellow color all the countries that is involved in this collaboration. They are 38 countries, and we are 3,000 scientific working in this from different universities and lab, and we have 1,200 PhD students. It is really a global collaboration that we are working together for the main goal is to look and to investigate the particle at very high energy. Okay, so as I said before, at LHC we collect a huge amount of data. It is really a big data challenge. How we deal with all this data? So right now we have collected more than a billion of data. And in the graph on the left, you can see the data volume, the archive from to Castor, which is a storage system that stores the data collected from LRC. And you can see that we have more than 100 terabytes. So it is a really, and besides to this the volume, huge amount of data, there are several hundreds of data that is needed for storage, for replicating, because we have to replicate over the world to all the sites that are in the grid infrastructure. So it is a really enormous challenge for the experiment, for data collection, and for the processing. So what is this data? What we have this huge data? This is simply because we have 1 million channels coming from the detector, and we have several million of sensors, and all these channels and sensors collect every 40 megahertz. So it is really a big challenge that only the grid computing can address this big data to process, because at the end we need to process all the data. This is to be sure that we will not lose any interesting event or any new physics. So our rule and our ambition is to collect this data and process it quickly to be able to see what is going on. Okay, so apart from the raw data that we collect from the accelerator, we need to simulate more data, because our analysis model, based on the Monte Carlo, that model all the process physics that we are looking for, and this process from the collision to digitation until the reconstruction. And our data-driven model is to compare the reconstruction real data with the simulated data to teach each other. And here, apart from the huge amount of data that is collected, we have also a comparative storage and processing requirements that come from the simulation. So, okay, with these scenarios and with this, what have been observed, we compare how we compare ourselves with other big data applications. So here in this figure, you can see all the application from the big data in 2013. So as you can see in the plot on the right, from the start of the LHC at 2009 until now, we have data that is compared to Facebook. So really, we are a very big data application that fits, and the rate of our application is outstrip any other scientific effort ongoing. So the question, how we deal with this data, how we manage to process, to collect, and to every scientist or physicist from CERN can process this data, because at the end, this is the point at the end, we need to process it to look for what is in. So for this, the WSCG computing grid, this organization was built as a solution to the LHC big data challenge. And it is a global distributed computing infrastructure based on grid middleware. there in the map on the right, you can see in color all the countries connected under this WLRC infrastructure. The main goal is to make sure that the resources available and integrated into a single infrastructure accessed by all the LRC users, no matter where they are. And I must say that this WLRC is organized in the tier structure. Here you can see the layer that has this WECG center. We have the CERN as the tier 0, and on top of the CERN, there are 12 tier 1 all over the world, and there are other the tier 2 distributed with more than 40. And every tier has a very precise rule in this data management, data process, replication, and so on. And here you can see, for instance, at the class, the big tier 0 at CERN with all the machine there. Okay, with these from the big data to physics discovery, we have really achieved a fantastic discovery, which was acknowledged by the 230 Nobel Prize. And this possible only with the good performance from the accelerator, experiment, and the grid computing. The three main components to deal with this big data, we achieved the physics discovery in very quick time. So now I will spend a few time to explain you how we manage to deal with the distributed data processing, the processing of the data on the grid, and also the distribution of the data in terms of replication, terms of deletion, popularity. First of all, I will focus on the processing and the data. What is the system behind this processing? Okay, here I will talk about the Panda. The Panda is the workload management system to run any kind of the job on the grid. And the Panda is a unified system that runs the production. The production here, I mean the job that generate all the simulation data. And with the user data, I mean simulation and real data. So this system is capable to operate at the EDC scale, and how Panda works in this complex multi-layer system. Panda does this thanks to pilot model that pull the job from the central queue once a available resource is found. Here you can see a user anywhere in the world submitting a job in the Panda server, and the Panda server with this pilot technology can pull the job there and run quickly. And here I can show you the good performance of the Panda. For instance, here you can see that there are, this plot show the slot of running job, and there are over 150,000 of sustainable piece of concurrent jobs per days and per any kind of job. And here you can, the majority of the jobs are the simulation jobs. And there are 2,100 cores. And here you can see another good performance from Panda, which is the complex job daily, which is peaking at more than 2 million jobs. And what about the data management system? Here we use the DDM, which is the distributed data management. It was designed to meet the scalability, robustness, flexibility, to manage all the complex data flow. And the ratio is the framework that manage to discover, transfer, and delete all the data across the site that's connected to this system. And here you can see the volume of import, export from CERN to all the tiers belonging to WLCG for Atlas. And the volume is peaking at more than 20 picobytes. And the other, the plot on the top, on the left top, you can see the throughput of the transfer. The system was designed, in fact, to reach 2 gigabytes per second, but we are reaching more than 8 gigabytes per second. Well, only a few words about the monitoring. Of course, evidently, with this complex system, multi-layer system, the monitoring is really a critical piece to success all the activity on the grid. We have developed several monitoring systems to see how the data is transferring, how the data is deleted, and how the data is processing. On the other hand, we have developed an end-to-end tool to test the site. Before sending a job to the site, there is a stress test that see if the site can run the user analysis. And thanks to this stress test, the performance of the site is very high, and we can reduce the failure of the user job without control. And the last point about, just a few minutes about the DAS. DAS, it is the system that really provides the first support. And here you can see the exchange with these users to provide any kind of problem to support them. And here a few because I am running out of time. This is just the LSC roadmap. So we can see here we are here, and there is many computing trials coming on. So the main goal is how optimally process data and process timely physics results and in a great success at running. And finally, okay, all right. So finally, what I can say here that the LHC machine, the Atlas experiment, the computing facility behaved bravely during run 1, and we have a major scientific discovery in our pocket, which is the Higgs boson. Computing is a crucial factor for the success physics, program physics of the LHC experiments. A lot of more exciting to come with LHC. And thank you. Sorry for
I'm the bad guy. Okay, thank you. Farida, we'll go on to Mr. Hisham Darwish from Eage.
مساء الخير. I will try to make my presentation fast and short. You are already out of time. I hope you will enjoy my presentation, as I heard a lot of exciting presentation today during the day, and I hope I can end my presentation in a very visionary way that will show you the future of the e-learning and how e-learning is progressing in the world. First, we have a very fast changing world nowadays. We have organization changing, or changing organization in education, changing teaching environment. Our regulations and our procedures for learning and teaching has been changed. We have a lot of procedures, we have a lot of regulations that has been changed. Even the students are expecting a lot from us. As an organization or as an educational organization, we are facing pressure from students that they are expecting new technologies, they are more dependent on technology, and they are more dependent on cloud computing, as we say, and on mobile networking. Plus, we have increasing in the social network. Everybody is using social networks nowadays. Everything is published on social networks. Students and teachers are expecting systems with social connectivity. Plus, the changing of technology. The changing of technology is pressuring universities to adapt to new technology. Also, it is providing tools for teachers and for organizations to have more teaching techniques, to change the traditional teaching techniques and go into other learning and teaching processes. We are all aware about blended learning. Blended learning has become a trend in most of the universities and even of schools. When we say blended learning, we are talking about that 30 to 80% of the course instructions are given online, while the remaining is giving face-to-face learning. Blended learning, when we say blended learning, we say that we need a learning management platform or learning management system where it can be the core of all the learning process. We have classroom trainings or virtual classrooms. We have the online learning. We have also the social media learning, and we have the mobile interface. Most people now are dependent on their mobiles. Plus, when we talk about K-12 schools, we are talking about something called gamifications, where we change the course materials into games, something to attract and to make the students more engaged into learning process. So when we are talking about blended learning, we are talking about a lot of learning management systems. There are many learning management systems in the market, but what we are talking about in the future, we need a learning management system that is easy for students and for teachers to use, flexible, that can fit any kind of universities, any size of universities, any type of education, and it should be smart. And we are talking today, I will give you an example of the new learning management platform that is easy, flexible, and smart from Desire to Learn. It's called Brightspace e-learning management platform. If we talk about easy, for teachers, it should be very easy for them to create the course syllables. It should be a drag and drop. They can use any multimedia. They can just create the course syllables, not just having a PowerPoint or PDF files on their course content. No, they should have the tools to create the course content easily without being professionals in developing applications or having HTML experience or any type of experience. It should be very fast for them to create their course, very fast for end users to learn the course and how to use the platform, and it should be accessible for everyone. Anyone can access it from laptop, from desktop computer, or even from tablets or mobile applications. We have to have the freedom to teach our way, the freedom to teach our way, to create our course templates, to create our course designs the way we like, and we put something we call the intelligent agents and release conditions that I will explain later. It should be customizable and open to other integration with any systems, like having application programming interface, like having LTI or learning tools interoperability, and it should fit small and big universities. Regardless of the size of the organization, it should fit with a small or large educational organization. Smart, when we talk about smart, now we have to create better learning outcomes. We have to help students to succeed, helping them to succeed not by giving them extra grades, but to support them from the beginning, to give them more space and time to overcome their problems. In some courses, we have to have a predictive system that shows us students if they are failing or if they are at a risk to fail, to help them and support them. Also, we have to be adaptive, to provide adaptive learning. Having adaptive learning means that we see the competencies of students. And if somebody has some low performance in mathematics, for example, we give them, the system automatically generate statistics about his history in mathematics during the past years, and we can adjust his learning path to help him to pass mathematics. As we said, we also have the gamification, which we support K-12 schools in having more engagement in the courses to help them be attached to the e-learning platform and dependent to the e-learning platform. Right course, first time, we always have problem of completing our degree in more time, more than expected duration, because we are selecting the courses randomly. We don't have the right advice all the time. Sometimes we are taking courses in improper way that we have to wait for another semester to get the prerequisite of the other courses. So the system helps them to take the right courses on the right time. It predicts to them their expected courses in next semester. Also, it supports multiple modules, seat time or credit hours or competency-based education. This is the new trend in education, that it is based on competency. When we talk about flexibility and easy to use, we have different templates for different type of educational organization. For the K-12 schools, we have different designs. For universities, we have also many templates that fits the university and fits even specific departments in the university. For easy and ready templates, these templates is a welcoming template for students. Any student who enroll in a specific course, it will automatically display a welcoming message or a welcoming letter from the professor who's teaching this course, and he gives him brief information about the content of the course. We also have flexible and easy and smart way of creating courses. This is the interface of the professor, and he has steps for creating his course syllables. We can see them here. They have 6 steps of creating course material. He can create the course material. He can create the exams and the assignments for the beginning of the term instead of waiting or postponing everything one by one. No, he can create everything from the beginning of the semester. Also, it is we can map the competencies and share the competencies across multiple courses. And also we have the rubrics. We can have specific assignment or specific exams and map them to our rubric grading system. The intelligent agent, it's automatically, if somebody has performed excellent in some of the exams, the system will automatically generate a welcoming, not a welcoming message, it will generate for him a letter thanking him for his extra performance, for his grades. And if somebody has failed in a course or in an exam, the system will automatically alert him and they will send him a message that he's at risk on a specific course or on a specific exam, and ask him to perform much better. We have also release conditions. Release conditions, that means we don't have to specify only the starting date of the exam, the starting date and the end date of the exam. No, we can set the release condition of the exam that when we complete this chapter, automatically it will give him that the exam alert, that the exam will be available after 2 weeks or after 1 week. We have the release conditions. We have also release conditions for assignments, automatically release assignments, and it gives them due date and even end date. So some students can, who did not submit their assignments during the due date, they can submit it later through the end date, and we can have also exceptions for them. Some students, they can delay their submissions. Some students have to submit before the due date. It depends on the instructor and on the students. These the smart tools for assignments, due dates, and how we can create the due dates and the end dates and special conditions for them. Also, we have smart quizzes. Desire to Learn have 13 different types of quizzes. Instructors can create a quiz, what we call it question library. Questions library will automatically hold all the questions from different professors or different instructors, and whenever you have an exam, you can generate the questions randomly, and they are generated randomly. Suppose we have the exam in 3 chapters, the system will automatically ask the instructors how many questions from chapter 1, how many questions from chapter 2 and chapter 3, and also will ask him about the difficulty of each question. How many questions are simple or difficult or intermediate. And also it can automatically generate different versions of questions. So students next to each other will have different versions of exams, the same difficulty, the same range of questions, but different questions. Also, we have easy surveys and self-assessment. So student, when he completes a chapter, he can make assessment for himself. He can make sure that he understood this chapter after he read it. Also, we can have students to submit surveys about the course, about their professors or their teachers. The new created one is the course catalog. Here, students can select their courses from the course catalog, and even the instructor can enforce some courses for students. So they are enrolled by the instructor, and the others can have their free selection of courses. Also, they can do self-registration, and they can have waiting lists. So if the class is full, they can wait for the drop and add and automatically enroll through the waiting list management of system. We also have the gradebook or the smart gradebook, where you can integrate it with the student information system, and either you can bring the grades from the student information system, or if you are completely dependent on the e-learning platform, you can have all your grades here, and then later you export the final grade to the student information system. And here you can create your grading the way you like. You can also map it or link it to assignment he did it on the or submitted on the e-learning platform, or to an exam he made it on the e-learning platform. Most important thing in the e-learning now, we have to go for mobile application. We have the mobile application. This is the interface of the student, where he can see the week, the day, week, and month, and he can have different types of information. He can have the reading, he can have the evaluation, he can have the assignments and the to-do list. And he can create his own to-do list or his tasks that he wants to schedule for his reading or education. He can edit, he can also automatically log in from here to the e-learning platform to have more information about the assignment. It has easy to share his grade or news about some courses with other applications like mail, messenger, Twitter or Facebook or any other social network. And also he gets real-time notification about his grade. Sometimes this is how he can share his grade or his event with other social network. And whenever he receives his grade in a specific exam, it comes this way, it shows him that he received the grade, but it does not open the grade unless he approved to open the grade, because he might be shy to show it in front of his colleagues, so he can open it manually, and he can have the grade and look at the grades. Plus, we can have something like course binder, as if he has paper course material. Now he has it on his tablet or in his mobile. He can highlight, he can use all the tools to highlight, to underline, to put annotations about all his course material. He can do it through this toolbox here. Also, he can have the intuitive tool to highlight here the courses. He has, this is all his course reading. It shows them in this ribbon view. He can add also course reading materials from outside the e-learning system to his ribbon view and to his reading material. Plus, we have the Dropbox, which is normal in any e-learning system, but the good thing in this Dropbox that the instructor can have can get the assignments offline, grade them, and then return them online to the to the Dropbox, and the system will automatically distinguish between a graded assignment and pending assignment. And then later he can pull out, the instructor can pull out more assignments, grade them offline, and come and then synchronize with the Dropbox. This is how the instructor can grade his assignment, the assignments of students. No need to have them printed. He can grade them using his tablet or his iPad. He can grade, he can put annotations, even he can put voice annotation for the students. If he wants to add something, to change something, or to tell him that something is good or something is bad in his writing or in his assignment, he can highlight them, underline them, circle, or put voice annotation on them. Plus, we are having problems, especially here in Morocco now. We have a lot of campuses. One instructor or one professor has to teach the course for 3 different campuses or 3 different classes in different places. We have something lecture capture where the instructor can have rich media webcasting. When we say rich media webcasting, that it will show students outside this room. It will show him the instructor while lecturing, and it will show him the desktop or the presentation he's showing at the same time. And at the same time, this lecture will be recorded and automatically uploaded to the course material or in the course website. So students can at any time go back to this lecture and view it and review the lecture. Plus, we can add. I will be very fast. I will finish it with this one. We can be very flexible in having outline for the lectures. We can have outlines and a table of content for this lecture, and also we can have OCRing for the lecture. So if the lecture is PowerPoint or Word file, it can be automatically OCR'd and searchable automatically. I will not continue on this. Thank you. Thank you for listening.
Okay, the last but not the least, actually, so last talk of the day. Okay, good luck. Please stay within time. I hope that you will be able to compress half a century of work on the Arabic lexicographic in just 20 minutes. Okay, good. So the floor is yours.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen present with us here today, welcome. First of all, allow me to present myself. My name is Lina Malouli Idrisi.
I'm a terminologist and expert at the Bureau of Coordination of Arabization based in Rabat in its unit of terminological and lexicographical research. I'm very pleased and honored to be part of Eage 2015, and I'd like to thank, on behalf of my colleagues back in Rabat, to thank Asren and Arruqa for their hospitality and outstanding efforts in the organization of this conference. I chose as a title to my presentation today, A Unified Terminology for the Arab World, half a century of terminological work in the Bureau of Coordination of Arabization affiliated to the Alexo. So in my presentation I will talk about the organizational context, about our mission and goals, the projects of the Bureau, our approach in the creation of terminology, and some, I don't think it's the right presentation. Okay, it's okay. So I will talk about the challenges we come across in the Bureau and the project of Arab Term, which is the fruit of a collaboration with the German Agency for International Cooperation. Okay, so who are we? We are the Arab League Educational, Cultural and Scientific Organization, aka Alexo. It is a non-profit specialized organization affiliated to the Arab League and based in Tunis. It was founded in 1970. Its overall goal is the coordination and development of the sectors of education, culture and science in the Arab countries. Its main mission is the establishment of educational, cultural and scientific manuals, e-learning, knowledge transfer, international cooperation, and it has been in charge of establishing a development plan for education in the Arab world and driving the reform of technical education since 2008. The Bureau of Coordination of Arabization, also called BCA, was established in 1961, right after the independence of Morocco, where there was an urgent need to Arabize education, media and culture, and to standardize and unify Arabic terminology. Its main objective consists of the collaboration with national committees, language academies and cultural and educational as well as scientific institutions to achieve the following. First, coordinates with the coordination of Arab world's efforts in unifying and spreading up-to-date, consistent Arabic terminology in various knowledge and scientific fields, and the organization of scientific seminars and colloquiums to promote the expansion of Arabic language and education, culture, and media. So many of you who are wondering what a linguist or a terminologist is doing here is the answer is to shed light on the importance of terminology in research and innovation. And to answer the question, the second question, which is why does the Arab world need a unified terminology? Mainly, the answer is the different historical and cultural backgrounds, language variations and diglossia, ambiguity, lack of precision and consistency in Arabic equivalents and technical and scientific terminology. And this is a problem we all suffer from because terminology is the core of research and innovation. And Arab researchers are always hindered and handicapped by linguistic barriers, stopping them from innovating and conducting experiments and rendering them into papers in their own languages. The thing that pushes them to take refuge in foreign standardized languages. Here are our three main projects that are conducted in the Bureau. We have unified dictionaries, we have Lisal Arabi magazine or journal, and we have arabterm.org. For the unified dictionaries, we have up till now published 58 unified dictionaries in 3 languages, French, Arabic, and English. We have more than 250,000 entries and more than 800,000 terms in 3 languages, as I said. We have also indexes in French and Arabic, and hundreds of experts from around the world working on these projects. We have Al-Lisal Arabi magazine, and up till now we have issued 74 numerals of the periodical where researchers can publish their papers. And we have the project Arab Term, which is a free online technical dictionary consisting of 6 technical volumes in Arabic, German, French, and English, with 7 new volumes to come. Here are some of the domains that are covered by our dictionaries. We have linguistics, we have general and nuclear physics, we have law, tourism, water, transport, communication, civil engineering, gross anatomy, etc. So we almost cover all fields of knowledge and science. Of course, we adopt a very thorough and very lengthy process of Arabization and coining new terms in Arabic. And the basic guidelines for term developments are regularity and common use, ease of use, linguistic economy, and derivability. Here we have a set of 17 ruling principles that follow ISO standards in the creation of terminology. I will not go into them, so maybe I'll read just 1 or 2. We have one of the ruling principles are developing a single term for a single scientific concept carrying a single scientific content in a scientific field. Keeping in line with the international approach in the selection of scientific terms, using linguistic tools to generate new scientific terminology such as derivation and localization, giving preference to native classical Arabic terms over Arabized ones, and taking into consideration what specialists in scientific community have agreed to use, regardless of whether they are translated or Arabized. So as you can see, this is the scheme of creation of dictionaries, unified dictionaries. It consists of 18 steps, and in brief, I can present it as follows. So each dictionary has to go through the different steps, starting from the creation of a lexicographical corpus, then the creation or the rendering of this corpus into the target languages, mainly French and Arabic, then the assessment by independent revisers during a workshop, distribution of the dictionary project on language academies and national committees for the official revision, and then the presentation of the project in the Congress of Arabization for ratification and validation. And after that, at the end, we publish the Unified Dictionary. Here are some examples of the hard copy of our dictionaries. So I talked about the Congress of Arabization. As I said, every dictionary has to go through the Congress of Arabization, which is held in one of the Arab member states. That are organized by the BCA every 3 to 4 years, and we have up till now held 12 Congresses of Arabization. The duration is 1 week, and participants are representatives of the 22 Arabic language academies, national committees, and ministers of education. And during this Congress, unified lexicographical projects are presented, studied, then approved or not during a work session. And of course, during these congresses, we present specialized studies and research projects. So now I've come to the project Arab Term, which is the fruit of a collaboration between the Alexo and the BMZ, which is the German Economic Ministry. And the project, as I said, is a joint project by Alexo and the German Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development, BMZ, and it is carried out by the Bureau of Coordination and Abbreviation and the German Agency for International Cooperation, represented here today by Mr. Guido Tsebish, the project coordinator. So in addition to the glossaries in German, English, and French, Arab Term offers the translation of terms along with illustrated definitions in Arabic. And according to a survey we conducted in 2013 and 2014, the dictionary has facilitated the work on technical documents of 95% of its users. Sorry. Of course, it is available online and for free, and also in a mobile version. Here is a screenshot of research results in the dictionary, arabterm.org. So as you can see, we have a detailed research results for each term. So all we need to do is type the term we want to look up, and we will have the domain of the term, the subject, its English, German, and French equivalents, and on the right side we have the Arabic term with a detailed conceptual definition and description, and on we have also an image or an illustration of the concepts in figures, numbers, and images. Up till now, we have 6 volumes that are available on the websites. We have Automotive Engineering volume, we have Water Technologies volume, we have Renewable Energies volume, we have Electrical Engineering volume, another 2 others on Transport and Infrastructures and Textile Industries, and we have a total number of more than 20,000 entries in these 6 volumes, which is the equivalent of 80,000 terms in 4 languages. We have, of course, new upcoming volumes that are on economic sciences, information and communication technologies. We have agriculture, education sciences, nano and biotechnologies, civil engineering, and climate, environmental, and climate, environment, and solid waste management. And we have recently uploaded more than 1,000 terms in the field of solid waste management, of course, available on our website. Here are some of the project partners. The last volume on solid waste management was done in cooperation with SweepNet. Okay, so here I will talk about some of the challenges we come across during our work. So the first challenge is the different linguistic backgrounds of Arab terminologists and linguists. That is to say that when the project is carried out in a French-speaking country, the English equivalents are not that good quality-wise, and vice versa. So we can't just focus on Arabic, which is our specialty language. So we need to go through and revise terminology in French and English. Also, there is lack of access to international terminological databases, which could solve the problem of equivalence in foreign languages. the very slow production pace, a unified dictionary can take up to 5 years to be published. So, and this is due, this very slow publication production pace is due to the outdated and old-fashioned exchange methods. So we are still relying on letters, and we are relying on very traditional methods of communication and exchange. So this leads to a very lengthy process of creation and revision. And before we publish a unified dictionary, we find ourselves in front of a need for updating the dictionary. There's also the challenge of usage control of published unified dictionary. We cannot control whether we cannot monitor the usage of our terminology, because there is a huge effort behind the creation of terminology, and in the meanwhile, while the dictionary is being ratified and revised, there are competing terms that are created on a daily basis by unofficial, by people, like based on their personal efforts. So at the end, we find ourselves competing, after the publishing of our terminology, competing with terms that are unofficial and most of the time inaccurate. So to solve all these problems, we have a perspective for our future work in the Bureau, and it consists of creating partnerships and cooperations with international terminological banks. So we need to receive, or we need to make partnerships with these international terminological banks, so we can receive terms in English and French that are accurate, and then focus on Arabic. And then we are in the process of developing a linguistic observatory. So the aim of which is to monitor the creation of new terms, collect them, and render them into Arabic. So this way the pace will become faster and faster, and Arabic would be able to keep up with the fast and rapid developments and progress in the fields of sciences and industry. So this will lead us to a smooth and rapid process of standardization, and more focus will be given to coining Arabic equivalents. So that's it for my presentation today, and I'm sorry, just to conclude, I would like to make an open invitation to each and every one of you to help us share this knowledge we are creating on the one hand, and join our pool of experts we are developing right now to make our websites more interactive with the users, and make accurate and up-to-date terminology accessible for researchers around the world and within the Arab world particularly. So thank you very much for your attention.
Okay, I would like to take this opportunity to thank all speakers. Also our speaker recorded on video. If you bear with me, do you have a couple of minutes for a couple of questions if you have? Okay. Yes. Okay. So we leave the question to one-to-one interaction afterwards. Okay. So we conclude the session. Thank you all for your patience.
Thank you, Habiba, and thank you, speakers, and thank you all for being patient for a long day. And special thanks also to our chairman who is supporting us. On behalf of our chairman, we'd like to invite you to a cocktail which is served outside. So if you allow me, on behalf of our chairman, please, you are welcome. And let's meet tomorrow at 9 a.m. sharp, please. Thank you, and this day is concluded.